and a friendly hello to someone just like your mother, grandfather, or next door neighbor. These seniors are inspiring people with incredible stories to share, and they love to see you. The smiles you get back are priceless. Delivering with Meals on Wheels is easy, and you don't have to drive like me for it to be quick. You can volunteer your lunch break once a week or just once a month. With 1 in 6 seniors facing hunger and many more living in isolation, your lunch break can make a real difference. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Okay, Simon, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. And what do people normally wear?
Clothes.
Exactly. So now Mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Clothes keep us warm, they look good, and if we go out without them, the neighbors will talk. So it's important to know how to get dressed. Here's how it's done. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. If you're wearing a tie, it goes over, round, through, and pull tight. Tuck your shirt into your pants and zip up your flap. Socks going first, then shoes, right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops. The rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears.
I love bunnies.
Good to know. Now remember, spots don't go with stripes, socks don't go with sandals, and if you've tucked in your shirt, wear a belt. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
So you see, son, good manners are very, very important. Someday, many years from now, when you're a grown-up, you'll be a man. And when you are, you should be a gentleman. Do you want me to go through it one more time?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Exactly. Always say please, thank you, you're welcome, and excuse me. Sit up straight, hold doors open for ladies. If a door's shut, then knock first. Don't burp, don't swear, don't speak with your mouth full, don't reach across people's plates, keep your elbows off the table.
What table?
And don't interrupt. While we're at it, don't stare, don't use foul language, don't call people names, but do remember people's names. Always share your toys, play nice, and cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. On the bus, give up your seat to anyone who has trouble standing. Bottom line, treat others the way you'd like to be treated. Got it?
Got it.
And stop picking your nose.
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
Hey, there he is. How's it going?
I'm having a stroke.
Are you going to shake my hand or what?
I'm having a stroke.
Wow, you're not even moving your arm.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you okay?
I'm having a stroke.
Your face looks weird too.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you having a seizure or something?
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear.
I'm having a stroke.
You just need to know the sudden signs. Look for FAST, F-A-S-T. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. Or S, speech difficulty. Then T, time. Time to call 911 immediately, because the sooner they get to the hospital, the sooner they'll get treatment. And that can make a remarkable difference in their recovery. Know the sudden signs. Face, arm, speech, time. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
The average time a resume spends on an HR manager's desk is 7 seconds, and most of them are tossed aside. Now imagine if one of those resumes belonged to Yasmin, who was
living in a shelter, juggling 3 jobs. I had to be resilient. That's something that you can't teach.
Or if that resume was from someone who
worked 12-hour shifts at the recycling company with my dad, who's 72. That taught me a work ethic that I carry with me every day.
We rely so much on a resume, yet it could never tell the full story of someone.
Growing up where I did, a lot of things could have gotten in the way of my goals. But I learned to push through, and that's what I bring to work every day.
So maybe it's time we look beyond the resume and look to Grads of Life. Discover new ways to develop great talent that are so much more than what's on paper at gradsoflife.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Grads of Life and the Ad Council.
Take a look under your bed. Find stuff under there? What about jobs? No? Now try your basement. There's a pair of overalls that overall you're not so into anymore. A perfectly good laptop that hasn't sat in your lap in months. And even more stuff, but still no jobs? Well, you really have both. See, stuff is defined as household articles considered as a group. Sometimes this stuff is no longer needed. Wait, no longer needed? That can't be right. Because remember those jobs you were looking for? Those are really needed. And they're the stuff inside your stuff. Even inside that winter coat that moved with you to Phoenix. Our job is to unlock those jobs, and it starts when you donate your stuff to your local Goodwill. Here's how we do it. When you donate to Goodwill, we sell your stuff to provide job training for people right here in your community. So just by teaming up with Goodwill, you help create jobs. And isn't that worth parting with the leftover guitar from your 80s cover band? Goodwill. Donate stuff, create jobs. Find your nearest donation center at goodwill.org. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Dear John, I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but you've left me no choice. I'm leaving. Uncontrolled high blood pressure is really serious, and lately you seem to really not care. I've been there for you since day one, and I know you think I'm gonna keep ticking, but no, my friend, I can quit whenever I want. Why can't we get back to the good times, when we were more active and ate more healthy foods, and you checked on me every once in a while? Is that too much to ask? I don't want to leave. But unless you stop ignoring me, what else am I supposed to do? Remember, when I quit, you quit. Sincerely, your heart.
Listen to your heart. Don't let it quit on you. Doing the minimum to control your high blood pressure isn't doing enough. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get your blood pressure to a healthy range before it's too late. Find out how at heart.org/blood pressure. Check, change, control. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Jason Derulo. I love that music connects to people all over the country. But unfortunately, so does something else. Childhood hunger. 15 million kids struggle with hunger right here in America. And yet, every year, billions of pounds of surplus food in the U.S. go to waste instead of going to the children in need. Feeding America is working to change this. The Feeding America nationwide network of food banks rescues this surplus of food to help provide meals to families in virtually every community in the United States, including yours. But they just can't do this alone. Join me in the fight against hunger in America. For more information on what you can do to get involved, visit feedingamerica.org. That's feedingamerica.org. Together we can solve hunger. Together, we're feeding America. A message from Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hey everyone. Let's all stop what we're doing right now and take a moment. That felt good, huh? Just like that, we had a nice special sort of moment together. Of course, they don't all need to be quiet moments to be special. They could be loud moments, goofy moments, sporty moments, dorky moments. Moments where we talk or walk or just hang out. It doesn't really matter. They all count. Because every time dads like us take a moment like that to spend with our kids, well, it's pretty momentous. Sounds like somebody agrees. So let's take a moment to make a moment. Today, call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Music is a bridge between the material and the spiritual. My name is Harvey Lauer, and I'm 82. As a blind person, you have to be aware that nobody can tell you what you can or can't do. You really have to try things. My folks got me a little radio in 1940, and that was the best Christmas present I ever got. When I was 11 years old is when I started to play music, play the piano, and then the accordion, and then the cello. My wife, who was also blind, was a good cook. When she died, that's when I started Meals on Wheels. America, let's do lunch.
It's Meals on Wheels. 1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
What are you talking about?
No, it's not him. There's only one more. There is only one more. That's it. One more.
Get a rest!
No!
They saw your team put up zero effort.
Wake up!
Remember in the old days they used to have oxygen for them. Where's the oxygen?
Play like absolute just garbage. This is the Sports Loudmouths.
Yay!
Man, can you keep it down? I'm trying to introduce here. With Errol Marks and Speedy Beatty.
You're not even a has-been.
You're a never was. You're a never was. You're a never was. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to a new show of the Sports Loudmouth. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. You can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Download our app on iOS, WWSRN, or Android, Worldwide Sports Radio Network. Kenny, I know you want to come in. We will get you in at 11 o'clock. We have a whole show lined up. We can't get you in at 9 o'clock. We have a lot of sports to get into. So if you can hold off till 11 o'clock, we'll get you in, and you'll have an hour or a half an hour that you can get into sports with us. We really appreciate you, as you know. So please stay put, stick around, and we'll get you on. I promise. Speedy, what's going on, man?
Oh, I had my draft with Mikey C this weekend. I was picking in the exact same
NHL
spot.
one, right?
Yeah, this picking in the same spot. It's crazy 20-team league. I actually got 4th place last year, and I picked in the same spot again, number 18. So that was interesting. Also, my parents came over. We hung out with my grandparents one night, my uncle another night.
So your parents came.
They
out
came
here.
on Saturday. Yep, and then stayed up until Monday. And had to leave at that point. But yeah, we stuffed ourselves with food, imaginably. We watched a lot of football, a lot of baseball. We're all Mets fans, so we had to watch all that misery, which was not good.
Well, everybody, we've got a great show lined up for you guys. A little bit later in the show at 10 o'clock, we will be talking to former Raiders, Lions, and safety Stuart Schweiger. He'll be joining us. And at 10:30, we'll be talking to the ace of Spader.com baseball analyst and statistician Ryan Spader. He'll be joining with us, joining with us a little bit later in the show. He has been on the show one time. He is one of the best analysts when it comes to statistics in baseball, and I'm sure he'll get into a little Aaron Judge with us a little bit later in the show. Aaron Judge breaks the home run American League record. Yes, not the regular season home run record, because obviously everybody knows who has that record. Barry Bonds, including Aaron Judge, when he's been interviewed, he says that he does not have the record. The record is still 73 by the great Barry Bonds, who should be in the Hall of Fame, by the way. But, the baseball writers just want to throw him under the bus, but whatever. Zach Wilson returns and has one of the best fourth quarters a Jets quarterback has ever had. Yes, ever had. Coming back from a 20-10 deficit after having, I think it was 10-0 for the Jets, and then losing the lead, and then the backup, or whatever you want to call it, their rookie quarterback, comes in for Mitchell Trubisky, puts on a little bit of a show, and then throws a couple interceptions in the fourth quarter, the third and fourth quarter, which cost the Pittsburgh Steelers a win. And I'm not blaming it on the kid, because kid comes in. But usually when a rookie quarterback comes in against the Jet, they become superstars. Ask Tom Brady on that one. But that's just a whole nother story.
And then there's Baker Mayfield, who he
didn't become a superstar.
Yeah, he's the exception to that rule.
Matthew Barzell signs an 8-year, $73.2 million contract by the Islanders today, which makes him the highest paid Islander in history. $9.15 million per year, which sets him up very, very well. The Mets got swept by the Braves, and they can actually clinch the National League East tonight with a win and a Mets loss. So Met fans are jumping off a plank right now. They're so upset that the Mets have choked. I don't think they choked. The best team in the National League in the second half of the season has been the Braves. It's not even an argument. They have been the best team in the National League. They have the best bullpen in baseball right now. They have one of the best rotations in baseball right now, and their lineup is pretty deadly from top to bottom. So expect a big run for the Braves this year, and maybe win back-to-back World Series. That's never happened for the Atlanta Braves. They've always choked most of the time, but last year coming up with a win and doing it back-to-back, that would be a great feat for a team in the 90s that was just so dominant with Tom Glavine and all the different great pitchers like Greg Maddux and who I'm talking. Who was the other one? I'm sorry, Schmaltz. It was off the tongue, but Schmaltz, John Schmaltz, who works for the MLB right now, MLB.com, and he also was one of the best relief pitchers to ever play the game too. So John Schmaltz. We'll get through the week 4 recap, and we'll get into week 5 with our picks. Derek didn't have such a very good week.
No.
Speedy, you had your best week.
I did.
And I was all right. I was 10 and 6.
10 and
It's not
6, you were
bad.
solid.
Odell Beckham and Landon Collins spotted at the Giants team facilities. What does that mean? Who knows? And our new segment, which a lot of fans are going to love, it's called Shake and Bake. So stay tuned for that. What is he saying? You said 9. Listen, Kenny, I understand you're upset, but we have a lot of sports and we have a lot of stuff to get into. We have 2 guests. I want you to come on, but we can't bring you on. We can't bring you in at 9:00. It's impossible. We have to get through all our topics. It doesn't make sense. You're going to hog up 20 to 30 minutes of our show with your craziness. We need to get the topics out at 11:00. You can join us. We'll have some fun with you. We'll do Shake and Bake with you. That'll be fun. Definitely. Our first show with Shake and Bake, the best and newest topic, and you can join us. It'll be a fun topic for you and us. So just stay put, man. Anyways, why don't we get into it? Let's get into the Aaron Judge story because it's the biggest story now here in New York. And over the last couple of games, you could see that Aaron Judge has been very frustrated. Very frustrated. And I don't think it has anything to do with the Triple Crown because I don't think he cares about that record. I don't think he cares about doing that. He's batting .310 now. He struck out after hitting the home run in the first inning. He's probably not going to win the Triple Crown now. Because Arias Arias from the Twins right now is batting .315. He really only hits against left-handers, I think.
No, he used to only hit against lefters, but since he's played so well this year, he's actually been their Twins' best player.
They've been sitting him out.
Not today. They played him today.
Did he hit today?
Yep.
So he's probably going to win the batting title, more than likely. He has 2 games left. He's going to have to really choke in the next 2 games for Aaron Judge to pull off the Triple Crown. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. But you could see in the doubleheader, in the first game of this doubleheader, that Aaron was slamming his helmet on the ground. He was very upset. You don't see that frustration from Aaron Judge. He doesn't really show frustration. It's not about breaking the records, but I think he wanted to get this record over with. It's been frustrating. There's a lot of pressure on him. And he doesn't want to come 1 home run short. Who wants to come 1 home run short from a championship home run record that's probably never going to be broken again, or it'll probably take another 60 years to break unless you're doing steroids. But he did something that you'll always remember. If you're a Yankee fan out there, even if you're not a Yankee fan, to watch Aaron Judge break a record, and I don't care about the steroid situation because I've said it over and over again. I think steroids should be allowed in professional sports except combat sports. And I'm sure we'll get into that with our friend Ryan Spader because he's the one that really agrees with me on this. But he is the only one that really wasn't caught with steroids. He did it naturally. He did it fair. So if baseball wants to look at this record 20 years from now, like they did with Roger Maris. So look how long it took Roger Maris to get and control the Babe Ruth record, that 61 home run record. It took the 80s. He did it in what? The late 50s, early 60s? It took like 25, 30 years for baseball to accept that he had the home run record, and he was gone. He really never even knew that he broke the home run record, that it was naturally broken by Roger Maris. Aaron Judge could be the legitimate home run champion 20 years from now when baseball looks at this. Nevertheless, it's still Barry Bonds. Aaron Judge said it was Barry Bonds that has the 73 home runs. He has the record, and it's in the record books that it is not going to be Aaron Judge. He'll have the American League home run record. He will not have the baseball home run record, which is held by the great Barry Bonds. But this is a great story if you're a baseball fan, if you're a Yankee fan, heck, if you're a Met fan. And the reason why is you might never see something like this again in your lifetime. You probably won't. Even with baseball and the change and the ball changes and the seams of the baseballs, and you've heard pitchers get caught with, different things on their fingers, a.k.a. Garrett Cole, who everybody keeps calling him a cheater, but half the baseball players have been doing this for years. It's not just Garrett Cole being caught with it. The game has changed, and it will continue changing, just like in every other sport. What will not change is that this man has had one of the greatest baseball seasons in MLB history. He is statistically as good as anybody in baseball right now. He has 10, besides the batting average, he has, I think, 9 or 10 statistics that he leads the league in. And he has 16 stolen bases, which he's amongst the league's top 10 in baseball, which is crazy for a guy that's 6'7", 280 pounds. We sit back and we should really look towards all the great years we've seen baseball players have. Barry Bonds, when he hit 73 home runs that year, I think he was walked 140 times or 150 times. Aaron Judge was walked intentionally almost 100 times this year. When you see those kind of numbers, you see the greatness of the season that he had. Barry Bonds, Babe Ruth. Remember that? I think it was in the 20s when Babe Ruth, was it 29? When he, 28, where he hit 60 home runs. I don't know find out the year, Speedy, when he had 60 home runs. He had one of the greatest Mickey Mantle season in the 50s where he won the Triple Crown. I think it was 55 or 56 when he had 55 home runs. Joe DiMaggio, when he had the hit record, what is the
56 games in a row.
56 game hitting streak.
Yep, 1927 was Babe Ruth's.
1927. Mickey Mantle's, I think, was 55 or 56. Joe DiMaggio, one of the years that Lou Gehrig had, I think, had 140 RBIs. This will go down as one of the greatest seasons, not only a Yankee, but in professional baseball history.
Yeah, Mickey Mantle's was 1956, 353, 52 home runs, 130 RBIs.
And Joe DiMaggio, when was that? When was his hit record?
I think it was 1939, I want to say. I'm not 100% sure.
We're going to talk about this seasons compared to all the great Yankees and their great season that you remember. That's how special this is. Now, is he the greatest Yankee to ever play? No. Do I agree with Randy Levine right now that he's one of the great Yankees of all time? No. He's not. But is this one of the greatest seasons a Yankees ever had? Absolutely. There's no argument to that.
1941 was DiMaggio's.
So that's why when you sit back and you remember all the great, and maybe you were alive to see, Mickey Mantle. I don't know if you would be alive right now to see remember Joe DiMaggio, or maybe you would. Joe DiMaggio, or even Babe Ruth's 1927. I think you'd be 100, over 100, right? I'd be 100. If you were born, you'd have to be born in 1919 or 1920. You'd be over 100 years old.
Yeah, you'd be 102 years old.
Would you be alive? There must be
Mr.
somebody.
Gene.
There must be somebody alive that remembers all these great moments in baseball. It's special. And I think Aaron Judge deserves all the credit and all the accolades that he is going to get after this unbelievable season. He's going to get a big contract. He's going to get a very big contract. I don't know what it is. It might not be from the Yankees, but a lot of people believe no matter what, he will be a Yankee next year. The Yankees will find a way to bring him back. I think he wants to be a Yankee. I really do. I think right now he's trying to draw as many and as much money as he can get from the Yankees, having the season that he has had. I mean, Speedy, you're a Met fan. A lot of Met fans will probably have their own opinion to Aaron Judge's fantastic season. What were your thoughts?
Yeah, it's one of the most complete seasons of this era for sure. When you look at the compilation of defense, offense, and all the advanced statistics that he's now led in now too. You mentioned 10 different categories. Yeah, he hasn't led in batting average, but everything else, you're looking at OPS plus, and many other advanced statistics that were not around back then. So you're looking at an all around hitting season, an all around pitching season, or defensive season, and stolen bases for Aaron Judge. A lot of these other power hitters, these steroid era hitters, weren't great defenders. Barry Bonds was before he did the steroids, and he obviously stole a lot of bases, over 400 for his career. But you're looking at a case where Mark McGwire, those guys are just all sluggers. Aaron Judge is not only a slugger, he's a complete player. And a lot of those seasons, too, when you look at the individual seasons, it's also doing it for team success, too. Aaron Judge's value, his WAR, off the charts. And in an era of advanced metrics, Aaron Judge is breaking StatCast records for not only his time, but for all time. This is easily one of the best single seasons. And when it comes to the overall compilation, the Yankees are the number 2 seed in the American League. And if it wasn't for other hitters slumping, not Aaron Judge, they would have been the number 1 seed. So his legacy this season is still unfinished yet. Who knows what he could do in the postseason? You're talking about a combined record for the postseason. I'm not sure. Barry Bonds in that 73 home run season, I don't think the Giants even made the postseason that year because the Diamondbacks won the division. So it could be one of the most complete seasons ever if you want to combine it just with the postseason too. And it's incredible. I don't think it's something you'll ever see again, just with the way players get hurt, these freak athletes, the way they are. And there's not a lot of them built like Aaron Judge, just an all around game.
I know Met fans right now are very upset. As a matter of fact, while Speedy was giving us his take on Aaron Judge, I've been reading social media, and Met fans are having a ball on attacking the organization and the team on the breakdown of the second half of the season, as they led practically the whole season in the National League East. At one point, they were up in the National League East by 9 games, and they were dominant going into the second half of the season. But the breakout second half that the Braves had, they got healthy. Remember, they don't even have their star second baseman yet.
Nope.
This lineup isn't even at full strength yet. They're going into the playoffs. I don't know how good he's going to be, but having that player in that lineup really gives you that understanding of how talented this lineup is going to be. It is. Ronald Acuna didn't have a great season. He really didn't.
No.
16 home runs, batting .265. That is not a season that you would expect a star player, a star center fielder, arguably the best center fielder in baseball to have.
Yeah, Riley would be their team MVP this year from an offensive perspective, and
they're a young player.
Yeah, and then they got a couple young players they called up. Michael Harris had a big year, and William Contreras too, younger brother of Wilson Contreras, a catcher, had a breakout season offensively for them too. There were new guys that stepped up for the Braves this year. You're right, it wasn't Acuna. Obviously, Albies was hurt for half the season, so he's still, I think, the best second baseman in baseball when he's healthy. But again, they replaced that value overall with other things and made it work. And it just proves one more thing with the Braves that I did mention at the start of the season when I thought the Mets would only be a wild card, one of like the last wild cards at the beginning of the year. The Braves just have more depth depth and they have more organizational stability. The Mets have relied on a lot of star power, but when that star power breaks down, it's not showing good results elsewhere. And the Mets lineup especially is indicative of that. When everyone goes cold, except for maybe Escobar and Nito of all people, the whole team offense does not work, and it's not a good sign.
Does that mean that the Mets can't come out of the wild card series and win the World Series? I absolutely believe that this gives the Mets a better chance to win the World Series. I don't like when your team has a week off. You're going into the next series when that other team fought its way into the divisional series. You're going into the new series cold. It doesn't matter if you have home field advantage. You're playing 5 games in the divisional series. It's not 7 games. It's 5 games. As soon as you lose that home game, the other team has home field advantage. So what advantages do you have by winning the division? Not a lot. Now, I think with the Mets, with their pitching, with Bassett and Scherzer and Jacob deGrom, and everybody keeps talking about the Mets. They're not the same Mets. Jacob deGrom has not looked good really in his last 2 games. I will say this. If you're a Met fan right now, I would not worry about who you're playing in the wild card series. The San Diego Padres, the Phillies, whoever you're matched up against. I think you have the advantage just because of that rotation. Now, the Mets lineup in the second half of the season, especially the last 3 weeks, it's been up and down. It hasn't been good. It really hasn't. Khan has been their best hitter. He really has been. McNeil hasn't really been hitting. He's been one of the better hitters, all season long. His batting average is still over 300, but he's been up and down. In certain series, he would hit, and then in certain series, he'd be batting 265 or 250. That's not good enough. And you need to go into the playoffs. You're playing better pitching. You're playing better bullpens. So you have to find a way to hit against these more talented pitchers.
Yeah, it seems like when McNeil has gotten hits, he gets it in bunches, but then everyone else doesn't want to hit around him. That was the case in Sunday's game. That was the case in a lot of the games against the Cubs and the Nationals. Like he was the only one hitting, and then everyone else hits. Then McNeil doesn't hit, so his RBI total isn't as high. But as a result, he's now the National League batting average leader. So he might win that award.
Are you listening to Met fans that because Marte is hurt, that's the reason why they're not hitting?
Well, what happened was Buck Showalter moved Pete Alonso to the 2 spot, which he never hit in his career, which was very bizarre for that kind of thing because he was either Lindor was 3rd or Marte was 3rd, and then the other one was 2nd, and that worked for so long. But all of a sudden, it just out of whack. And baseball players are weird like that too. That's why I always have advocated for a lot of different lineup depth or lineup combinations to get them used to hitting alongside somebody else. And Buck Showalter decided to do that suddenly late in the season. It really didn't make any sense to me.
I just think that if you're a Yankee fan or you're a Met fan, I think you have a better opportunity as a Met fan to see what your team's all about. You see what kind of team that you're made of, as a baseball team going in to this series and whoever you play in the wild card game. And I don't know who they're going to have. Right now, if the season were to end, there's still 2 games left, they would be matched up against the Padres. And I know a lot of Met fans don't want to play the Padres. Why? I don't understand. Yes, they have 2 really good hitters in Machado and Soto. They're fantastic. The other guys, half those guys have never been in the playoffs. Or I would say maybe 5 out of the 9 players in that lineup have played at least in 1 series in the playoffs. There's not enough experience. Now, you're going to say the same thing about the Mets. There are certain players on this Mets team that probably have not been in the playoffs. But your best players, Jacob deGrom, Scherzer, even Pete Alonso played in the playoffs before. They understand what it takes to win. All of them. Bassett, I think, is the only one that hasn't, right?
Well, Bassett did play, but he didn't start. He never
right?
started. He was in the relief for the A's at the time. He never started a playoff game. So he would have been the only one of the rotation. Taijuan Walker, I believe, did once. And I think That Carrasco definitely has with Cleveland for sure. McGill hasn't because he just came up. So yeah, that's where they're judging. So yeah, the Mets pitching has, in terms of the hitting, Lindor has, Canna has. Escobar did last year.
You
with
call
the
him Ken, I
Brewers.
call him Khan, baby.
Yeah, there you go. Well, yeah,
James Kahn's long lost son.
I was gonna go with a Wrath of Khan joke, but that works too. James Kahn's long lost son. That's a good one. But yeah, the Mets lineup is a mixed bag of that. The Padres lineup, Trent Grisham has with the Brewers in the past. Luke Voigt has with the Yankees. Or no, Luke Voigt's not there anymore. Brandon Drury has with the Yankees, and I think the Blue Jays too. And then Eric
Luke Voigt plays for the Nationals, right?
No, yeah, I messed that up. I was just looking at the list. Yeah, Brandon Drury did for the Yankees that 1 year, and they have some, but yeah, it's not a lot. So it's an interesting thing that they have to look at when it comes to the experience. Now, I don't think it's a negative thing to be inexperienced because we've seen teams break through very easily. Look at a team like the Astros. I know they cheated, understandable, but 2015 they hung tough they beat the Yankees and they hung tough with the Royals. They hung tough with the Royals. Let's look at a team like the Royals too. 2014, they hadn't made the playoffs in who knows how long, and then all of a sudden they go to the World Series. It doesn't have to happen right away. So sometimes it does happen that way, where a negative experience hurts them. But the Padres have a better bullpen with the Mets, and still a lot of good lineup depth. So I would still favor them in this case.
You favoring the Padres?
Yeah, I would, because I think they're a better identity for the playoffs than the Mets are, because the Mets are flawed in a lot of conceptual areas. So
I disagree.
I worry about that kind of thing.
I think I favor the Mets in this series. I do. And going into the series, yes, the Mets have they given up in the National League East? Did they give up in that series against the Braves? They look like it. They did. They got swept to the Atlanta Braves in a series, even though it was in Atlanta. They had a chance to win in every single one of those games.
Yep. And again, that's been another problem for them. They were so good in close games in the beginning of the year, and they were at one point the National League leader hitting with runners in scoring position. All of that has fallen apart in the second half. And
by the way, just so everybody knows, Giancarlo Stanton is hot. He just hit another home run. So that's back-to-back games. He's hit home runs. And you want Giancarlo Stanton to get into the playoffs hot, because we have seen him when he is hot in the playoffs.
Yeah, carry the Yankees in some games, some series. We've seen it the last 3 years. His first year with the Yankees wasn't great in the postseason against the Red Sox, but that was really it. Every other time, he's been their best playoff player, power hitting wise too. Play a little defense here and there. And then,
so if you're a Yankee fan right now, this is a good sign. Having this guy come back, and he's finally getting hot. And like I said, even though the Yankees have a week off, and this will be the first week off Giancarlo Stanton has had since he's come to the Yankees, because the Yankees have practically been in wild card games. They've never, since he's been there, they've never won the division. I don't remember.
They did win once in 2019.
Did they?
Yeah, they beat the Twins. They swept the Twins, and then they lost against the Astros in the 6-game series. And then the Astros got caught for cheating. Yeah, the Astros got caught for cheating literally that offseason.
I don't count that. So
yeah, the Yankees probably go to the World Series then. I don't know. Again, would they have beaten the Nationals? I don't know, but that's another thing. Yeah, I don't think so either. That Nationals run was just so special. I don't think anyone was touching them that year. But the way they beat the Dodgers and the Brewers and all those teams,
I think when you look at both teams right now, I think you should be proud of both teams. The Yankees have a chance if they win tomorrow. If they win tonight, that's 100 wins.
Yep.
And that, like I said, Aaron Boone will be the first manager in baseball history, I think, in 5 years as a Yankees manager.
This is his fifth year. Yep.
Fifth year. I think it's 3 seasons. 3 seasons
with
100 wins.
There was 1 year he didn't. His first year he didn't.
3 or 4 seasons.
Yeah.
Yep. He'll be the first Yankee manager ever win the amount of 100-win seasons he's had.
Right.
And he is the first Yankee manager in his first 5 years to have winning 90 or more wins.
Right. And in 2019, he did it with all those injuries too. Remember that year? They ended up winning the division, and like I said, they lost to the Astros eventually later. But yeah, that is still a very impressive feat. Now, again, will we see it in the playoffs? We'll have to see. And we've been mentioning
he hasn't been a good playoff manager.
Right.
He has.
And that'll be a big test, seeing what we've seen out of the bullpen in the second half of the season with all the injuries they've had. He hasn't really found that groove back yet again. And now Zach Britton just announced not going to be out on the playoff roster. He's out for the season officially now. So how will that?
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, will that impact the plans they might have had?
The Yankees are going to have to figure out what they're doing with Zach Britton after this. I mean, he came back, he played in 1 game, and he's hurt.
Yep.
So I mean, it's starting to you're starting to believe, even though I think he has one more year left on his contract, that he's done.
Yeah, again, even if he does play, it's not going to be a big role for him. He's at this point, again, that's another year removed. That's at least 2.5 years of that contract away from the game. So that's going to be very hard to get that back. Now, being he's a lefty, he still might have a role, but yeah, it'll be hard to do that. As far as this year, again, they're going to have to get those other young pitchers that they got going at the beginning of the season going again. And all the lefty guys like Marinaccio and Peralta. Peralta's hurt now, but he should be back for the playoffs. Those guys are the ones that are going to be the key to have to get going. And then Loizaga, a guy like him, could be an X factor.
Jonathan Loizaga is going to play a big part for the Yankees rotation, especially in the bullpen. I expect Savarino, even though he's pitched pretty well in his last couple of starts, I don't think Savvy is going to be in the rotation, the starting rotation in the next series. I don't. I think I would think it's Cole, Cortez, and Taillon. That's what I think it is.
You think over Herman? You think?
Yes. I don't think Herman. I think they'll stick. Herman has experience in the bullpen.
Okay.
So I think that's where the Yankees are going to put him.
And then I guess what would Montez, if he does come back, would be number 4 if
Yes.
they need it. Okay. Because yeah, he has very like I was saying with Bassett, he has very
You
little
cannot
play.
play Montez in that starting rotation. Not what he has looked like since he's taken. And I understand maybe his shoulder wasn't healthy. And it seems like it wasn't. Maybe it's true. Maybe he came to the Yankees, he wasn't 100% healthy. That doesn't sell to me. You have to see what you have next year when he plays a full season in that rotation. Then you'll know what you have. But right now, I don't trust Montez in that starting rotation. I can't. I gotta, and I don't trust Cole, but he's my best pitcher.
Yeah.
Actually, it's really Nestor Cortez.
Nestor Cortez has been this season. Garrett Cole has been streaky in the postseason in his career. Which,
I can't trust.
Which
can't trust
Garrett Cole are you going to get? Now, again, some of that was the Astros kind of misusing him at certain points. Some of it was since he's coming to the Yankees, his struggles against the Red Sox, obviously last year, but still, yeah, as of right now, 3.49 ERA. We mentioned it last show on Thursday. He leads major leagues in terms of starting pitchers and home runs given up and strikeouts. So yeah, he's kind of a power on power pitcher.
That doesn't mean anything if it's a close game. It's 1-1.
Yeah,
going into the 6th inning, and you need him to pitch you out of a jam,
right?
You know,
and I think we were joking about it last week too with one of our guests. He might have that Clayton Kershaw playoff syndrome where he allows a home run in the most crucial spots, because a lot of the ones he gives up is in the 6th inning, right at the end of his start, third time around the batting order too. So
you definitely have to worry about Garrett Cole. You have to worry about this rotation. The only person I really trust in a big game, and we don't even know what Nestor Cortez could pitch in the playoffs because he's never done that before. So as a starting guy in a rotation. So this is his first time pitching in the playoffs in the Yankee starting rotation. So I trust Nestor. Out of all the guys, he's the one I trust. And if I need him to pitch in the 5-game series, 2 games, he's the one I want. You know, even though Garrett Cole will be the guy. They're going to trust in their $300 million player that he is going to be able to pitch 2 games in this series. I just don't trust it. I really don't. I would start Nestor in game number 1.
Yeah, that's actually, now that I think of it, a trend that's actually been a lot more common for a lot of these World Series champions too, are these newer, younger breakthrough pitchers that they don't have a lot of tape on. They don't have a lot, because Nestor Cortez doesn't have a lot of innings on him. You look at last year for the Braves, you look at guys like Kyle Wright, who's now pitching great for them this year in the regular season, but didn't have a big role for them last year. Max Fried had a little more experience, but he was very dominant too. You look at 2020 with the Dodgers, their best pitcher in the playoffs was Julio Urias, who barely pitched for them prior to that. Red Sox with Evaldi in 18. So there's a lot of that common thing where it's not always have to be your best pitcher. It might be just the guys that don't have a lot of the scouting report on them too when it comes to the experience. And Cortez, after he had that slump in June and July, really has picked it up again. 2.44 ERA, finished with a whip under 0.92, which is very impressive for him. And again, he's a lefty, so that's going to be a tough weapon for a lot of these.
I think it's a smart move by the Yankees. If I were the Yankees, if I was Aaron Boone right now and Brian Cashman, I would really sit down and you'll have to see who you're playing, because you have to look at statistics. If Cortez pitches better than any one of the teams, and right now it's Tampa and Cleveland. That's who's playing right now on their side of the bracket. So it will either be Cleveland or Tampa, and it's probably going to be Tampa. And I don't want to play Tampa. But again, that's what's probably going to happen. You're going to have to out-manage. You're going to have to outsmart a team that likes to manufacture runs.
Very
That's what they do.
creative. Yep.
That's what they like to do. And the Yankees are not a manufacturing run team. They're a power team. And that's why Bader is a guy that I would absolutely use in that series. Oswaldo Cabrera, another guy that defensively that you can move around the field. You can use him on the bench. You need to be smart on who you're going to use. And there's another home run. Garrett Cole gives up. It's just
now it's in the 5th inning. So yeah, close to third time around the batting order.
I mean, how could you trust this guy in a big game?
All of them seem to be late, 5th, 6th inning, and that's not a good sign for the way postseason strategy works.
He gives up way too many home runs. Way too many home runs. And I as a Yankee fan, I would not be excited when I see this guy on the mound.
Snuck says Aaron Judge should only be worried about finding a house big enough to hold the cash that he'll have after he signs the contract in the offseason. Would steroids help talk show hosts maybe talk faster or longer? Kermit didn't even deny it. It's that kind of sad commentary on baseball if 16 stolen bases get you into the top 10. Yeah, that's analytics. Let's go Mets. Can't wait to see Speedy's tat. I hope so, but I'm not confident, Snuck. Nothing better than winning 100 games and losing your job to Donnie Baseball. You cannot deny the power of Cortez's mustache. Kermit is so easy to distract. Just have someone dress up like Miss Piggy in the stands. He'll get distracted. The Rays bat boy is smarter than Aaron Boone, and Kermit leads the league in strikeouts and home runs.
I disagree with you.
That's interesting, though, because I know you're a huge John Mattingly fan. If Aaron Boone does squander the postseason again, would you want him as the manager?
I don't think the Yankees are going to fire him. How do you fire a guy that has 5 of the best seasons a manager's ever had for the Yankees organization?
I'm not advocating to fire him. I'm just saying if they do.
And if they do fire him, you know how many teams will line up to sign him?
Agree.
I mean, this guy, he's a winner. I know it's the Yankees, but he is a winner. He is going to win possibly 100 games this year. They're probably going to lose tonight because of the great Garrett Cole and his choke artist throwing, where he just absolutely is horrendous. But nevertheless, this is a team that has had winning records ever since he's taken over this team. And every Yankee fan that wanted to give up on this guy and say, bring back Joe Girardi. Where's Joe Girardi right now?
He's not getting another job again, most likely.
I don't think so either.
I think if he does get it, it'll be in a league office or a front office. It won't be as a manager at this point because the Phillies this year now clinching the playoffs. That shows a lot about the way Joe Girardi was trying to be too old school. And a lot of the players, the ex-Yankees he brought in there, they brought David Robertson back at the trade deadline, but they're now gone too. And it's a lot of these other players that have stepped up for the Phillies, including Noah Syndergaard when he actually pitches, but he rests twice.
Now I want to get into some football, and a lot of this show is going to be football-oriented. We'll talk a little bit about Barzell's signing, the 8 years, $73.5 million. I mean, it's a great signing for the Islanders. Lou is trying to hide what not to do in an offseason because he didn't really have such a great offseason. So why not sign one of their best player and one of the better players in the NHL right now? But they need to give him another player to play with. It's just, you can't go into the season sitting on this same roster offensively. But I disagree with our friend the other day.
But of course you do.
I think that the Islanders are much more talented than he says they are. Okay. And I think they're going to win a lot more games this year because of the way the schedule is set up for them. But we'll get into that a little bit later. I want to get into the New York Jets and the game that they had in the fourth quarter against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, I will say this. The New York Jets front seven has been absolutely horrific. They've been horrid. I don't want to hear about what Robert Saleh says at the end of the game, that they've played better in certain quarters. I don't want to hear it. Why is Quentin Williams only playing 63% of the snaps when he is your best defensive player in your front seven? Why? Is it Ubrick, who has been absolutely horrible since he's taken over the defensive coordinator position? Is that what it is? How about Carl Lawson in the second quarter with, 45 seconds left, getting that awful quarterback penalty, which puts them in field goal range, which gives them that 3 points, that gives them the confidence in the second half of the game. Franklin Myers did the same thing the week before. Now, There are so many mistakes that you can pick out and nitpick on the New York Jets. And I know Jet fans are going to sit here, including yours truly, and be very excited that the Jets are 2-2 going into week 5. It's great. It's a great story. But is it a story? The only story that stood out to me in that game was two things. DJ Reed and Sauce Gardner are the real deal. They're the best tandem right now in the NFL. Those two guys in the first 4 games of the season has given up 1 touchdown. 1 touchdown. And that's against some of the best wide receivers in football. And the other, Zach Wilson's return. Now, he did give up 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Yes, they were not good interceptions, but I will not blame. I would say 1 out of the 2 was his fault if you want to blame it on him. Not the wide receiver that should have jumped the route so the corner wouldn't obviously intercept the ball because he knew it was happening. Why didn't he jump the route like any wide receiver would have? That was Elijah Moore. I think it was Elijah Moore.
Yeah, and the Steelers' corner was shallow, right in that area.
He could have jumped the route. He could have knocked the ball away from him. But whatever. He intercepted the ball. But with the score 20-10 in the fourth quarter, after the Jets had a 10-0 lead and 20 straight points by the Pittsburgh Steelers, what Zach Wilson, the pressure, and so much pressure on him, the offensive line, moving Elijah Vera Tucker to left tackle position, bringing Herbie in to play the guard position right next to him, trying to fix the offensive line, and then losing Max Mitchell early in the game, which, by the way, it's not a bad injury. He should be back in a week or 2. So that's a good sign for the Jets, getting Max Mitchell back. He's had a really good season, really has. For a rookie, he's played very well. He might be the future right tackle for the New York Jets. He might be. And maybe a future Pro Bowl player. Oh, well, there's no Pro Bowl anymore, but whatever it is.
He'll still be listed. He'll just have to play flag football.
What? No, they're not playing Pro Bowl anymore.
No, I know that. One of the ones is flag football, though. One of the skills competitions.
Whatever. The fact is, you have Dwayne Brown coming back this week, possibly. This offensive line is going to be much better. You can move Elijah Vera Tucker back to the guard position, or maybe move him to the right tackle position right now. Maybe do that. Solidify your offensive line. Keep Herbie at the guard over there. You have Lincoln Tomlinson on the other side, and you efficiently rebuilt your offensive line for the next couple of weeks until George Font comes back, and then Max Mitchell comes back. I just don't want to put Elijah Vera Tucker in harm's way because he is your best offensive lineman. He is the best offensive lineman the Jets have had all season long. He has been as good as any guard in football. If you guys aren't watching how good he has played and watch him, what he did last week as the left tackle, he shut down a very good defense on that side of the ball. He really did. Mm-hmm. And in the fourth quarter, when you needed an offensive lineman to make the blocks, the proper blocks to keep him away from Zach Wilson, he did it. A guy that didn't practice all season long, all off season as a tackle, moving him that. And yes, he played in USC for 1 year. That doesn't matter. You're playing in the NFL. It's faster, better, more talent, the best of the best. And you did it against a very good defense, one of the better defenses in the NFL. And Zach Wilson, he made every throw in the fourth quarter. Every hard, important throw, he made them. And that's what you want to see from your star quarterback. That's what you want to see from a franchise quarterback. That's what you want to see when it comes to a growth of a quarterback at that position for the New York Jets. Do I think Zach Wilson could be the future quarterback for this organization for the next 10 years after seeing that on Sunday? Absolutely. I want to see it week in and week out. I want to see him compete, even if they lose every week, and keep his team in the running to win. If he does that, you have something to cheer about. You have something to be excited about as a New York Jet fan.
And again, you look at a case where he got other guys going that were struggling too throughout the year. Now the tight ends, the jury's still out on them, but Elijah Moore, he was having a down year with Joe Flacco.
He has a good rapport with him.
Yes.
He's always had that.
And you saw that even yards after the catch, he was able to get him right, just the right spots where he can make that kind of cut. Tight throws on the sidelines. Great one to Garrett Wilson. He had a couple. Yeah, Garrett Wilson had a couple drops, but again, he still had elaborate routes that was.
You will see as the season progressively moves that Garrett Wilson will be his favorite target.
Right. And Garrett Wilson, I still think, did more good than bad in that game. I'm not trying to say the drops were everything, but yeah, he made that kind of thing work. And then Corey Davis too, a guy that he kind of relied on too much early in his career when he first started with the Jets last year, kind of force fed, but now he's using them in the right kind of roles, not doing anything too deep. The touchdown throw was a good, perfect low throw. Corey Davis could go down and get it. And that made that kind of thing work. Like, he knows how to use them in the proper roles. And that's coming from a coach in Mike LaFleur that sometimes has misused his wide receivers too. Now, I'm not saying he had a bad coaching game either, but I think Zach Wilson did more to create that kind of thing. And you could tell the difference in that offense when he does.
And Zach Wilson was the first Jet quarterback to have a touchdown, a catching touchdown in Jets history, which he obviously made history for the New York Jets. Not a history that it only is important if the Jets have a winning season. Nobody gives a crap what he did. Okay. I want to see him go into MetLife Stadium on Sunday, which they have no wins at home. Both their wins are away. They are 2-0 away this year, which is crazy to say. They over the years, they couldn't beat Cleveland, and they've beaten Pittsburgh one time in almost like 30 or 40 years in Pittsburgh.
Since 1992. They've only won once. I think they said in 2002, I think.
Which is amazing.
Yeah.
But now this is a game. There is no Tua. It's Teddy Bridgewater. You know him. A lot of the players have played with Teddy. I think the Jets have seen him enough to understand what he's good at and what he's not good at. This is a winnable game for the Jets. You don't have to deal with Tua and what he does inside and out of the pocket, how he uses his legs and things that, makes him as deadly and as dangerous as any quarterback in the NFL. You don't have to deal with that. I think the advantage to the quarterback position is the Jets. Something that probably going into this game, they didn't have the advantage with Tua over there.
Yeah, if Tua played at the time of his game, he had the advantage for the time being in that system with Mike McDaniel, because I still think his system has proven a lot more than what LaFleur's has this year so far. Now, granted, the Jets still have the offensive line issues. So
absolutely. And we don't know what Miami Dolphins defense is going to play.
Yep, that's my big thing. Which pass rush is going to actually show up for the Dolphins, because they had a great one in the second half of week 2, the great one against the Buffalo Bills that really disrupted, especially Melvin Ingram. But last week, it kind of disappeared against the Bengals offensive line. Maybe took them for granted. I'm not really sure. But nevertheless, you're looking at a case where even with the Jets backups, they're still definitely capable to be able to make that kind of thing work. Now, Ingram has had a great year for the most part. Christian Wilkins is still a good guy. It's a defensive tackle position, but can that scheme be able to make it work? Because they can't take the Jets offensive line for granted the same way they did the Bengals either. Now, the Dolphins secondary, I still think is strong. So Zach Wilson's going to have to attack the slot areas and attack the linebackers that aren't as good, because Xavier Howard, even though he's been kind of down after his big contract, is still good. And then they got Byron Jones and Javon Holland. They're going to have to make those kinds of things work in the slot better, because those are where they have the advantages, especially with what Mike LaFleur's scheme should be.
Well, and I don't know what Mike LaFleur is going to dial up on Sunday. I expect to see a lot more interesting, play calls, something that we didn't see in the last game against Pittsburgh. They have the ability now with Zach Wilson as the quarterback to do things that Joe Flacco couldn't do. And Zach Wilson can hide the deficiencies of that offensive line because of his legs, something that he did do in the second half of the game against the Pittsburgh Steelers. The thing is that going into this game is Miami is younger. They're a younger team. They're a younger defense than the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, Pittsburgh has some young players on that defense. Fitzpatrick, who didn't shut his mouth at the end of the game and thought he was the better player. They had the better players and they were the better team. I disagree. I don't know what he's talking about, but I will say this. What you saw with the New York Jets is that they possibly could have a future quarterback that could play for the next 10 years at that position. We didn't believe that with Mark Sanchez. We didn't, even with the 2 AFC title game appearances. We didn't believe that with Geno Smith. We didn't believe that with Sam Darnold. We didn't believe that with Browning Nagel. We didn't believe that with O'Brien. We didn't believe that with Chad Pennington, even though At one point we did because if he didn't have that shoulder problem. We could go all through the Jet quarterbacks over the years, and every single one of them, they failed to be their consistency and play consistent football over there in New York. Maybe the Jets have something with Zach Wilson. Now, again, he's going to have to do this back-to-back weeks, even with a weak offensive line. He needs to show teams different looks and what he sees on the field. The one thing I've seen with Zach Wilson that he needs to learn how to do is when he's looking at a player, not to stare at the player and throw the ball when the other defensive players who are the best in the world see what he's doing and they're going to jump the route. We have seen this. We saw it against the Eagles in the preseason game. We even saw this in that game with the first interception. We saw that the cornerback was jumping the route. Elijah Moore had time to knock the ball out of the cornerback's hands. I don't know why he didn't do it. He stood there. I don't know what I don't want to say.
Sometimes with those motion offenses, it's very it's very tough.
He had a chance to knock the ball away.
Sometimes they're just stuck in that instinct, though.
I don't understand it.
I don't agree with it either. I'm just saying that sometimes you're stuck in that instinct where you're just stuck going that one way, and you don't think to cut back in and be reactionary. It's a second-year receiver. We'll see if he learns from that. But yeah, Zach Wilson also, when you're listening to these other Jets quarterbacks, I don't know if a lot of them have some of the skills that he possesses, though. Either
no,
someone like Chad Pennington.
I think with the talent that he has, and we have to see it for the next couple of weeks and see his growth. I will say this, for a guy that didn't have a preseason, didn't really have an offseason that Zach Wilson missed a significant amount of time. You're talking about 6 weeks of football, having a knee surgery, a meniscus surgery, to come back the way he did in Pittsburgh and do what he did in with a 2010 losing chance of losing that, and they were probably going to lose that game. Any other Jet team probably would have lost that game. They probably would have lost that game. But with 7 minutes and 30-some seconds left of the game, Zach Wilson had 3 or really 2.5 drives where he was just completely dominant. And no Pittsburgh team, no defense in the NFL was going to stop him. These throws were perfect spiral throws, perfect lane throws, perfect over the shoulder. He was throwing it in lanes that we've never seen Zach Wilson throw since BYU in college. If he can do this week in and week out, this Jet team is going to have a better record than anybody would have thought they were going to have, because this team is good enough. They are. They have the weapons offensively. The front seven scares me. There's something about this front seven that just doesn't sell me as far as the pass rush is concerned. Carl Lawson has not been good. Franklin Myers has not been good. Rankins has not been good. Quinn Williams looked really good on Sunday. He really did. And you could see that he's trying to prove why he is a special player for this team. I think they're using him wrong, and I have a feeling the Jets are not going to sign him in the offseason, or they'll franchise tag him, piss him off, and he's not going to play next year, or he's going to try to say, trade me. They're going to trade him for a first-round draft pick, and they're going to lose him. And he'll go somewhere else. He'll go to Oakland. He'll go somewhere, and he'll become a star, which everybody expected him to be.
Our next guest would love him to go to the Raiders. That's
I'm
for
sure.
Before we go to break and get him on, Ben says Brewers, Eric Lauer with a no-hitter through 7 against the Diamondbacks. And thank you for the announcement that the Braves officially now won the NL East. So yes, the Mets will be playing as a wild card team. Oh yeah.
When we you Speedy, these people, man. When we come back, we'll be talking to former Raiders and Lions safety Stuart Schweiger here on the Sports Loudmouths.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Of course my kid's in the right car seat. Well, I think he is.
Yeah, my kid's in a booster seat. He was ready to move up. He is ready, right?
Her car seat looks like the right size.
There are probably rules on when to move up to a booster seat, aren't there?
Rear facing, forward facing. I think I have it right.
Car crashes are a leading killer of children 1 to 13. Are your children in the right car seat for their age and size? Don't think you know. Know you know. Go to safercar.gov/the right seat.
I know my child's in the right car seat, or else I wouldn't get in the driver's seat.
Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. This is the Sports Loudmouths.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, you're listening to the Sports Loudmouths. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Download our app on iOS, WWSRN, or Android, Worldwide Sports Radio Network. Our first guest, ladies and gentlemen, and yes, it's an ex-NFL player, and he's a Raider, an ex-Raider, and an ex-Lion. We've had a couple ex-Lions on this show, absolutely. And why not have another one? We're now talking to former Raiders and Lion safety, Stuart Schweiger. Stuart, what's going on, bud?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thank you so much for having me on, man. I appreciate it.
Oh, well, absolutely, and we're happy to
I just subscribed to your channel on YouTube as well.
Well, thank you, man. We really appreciate you. You're a good guy, and you look good, man. You look healthy. How are you and your family doing since COVID?
I mean, we've been fine. My wife's from Canada, so her family trying to get over here and see the grandkids hasn't been so easy. But I have 4 kids. 13 Cameron, my oldest daughter's 13 in 8th grade. My daughter Emma just turned 9 in 3rd. My son Alex is 4. He'll be 5 here in a couple of days. And then my youngest daughter is Avery. She's 3.5. And we live in West Lafayette. I went to school at Purdue University.
Mm-hmm.
So dude, life has never been better.
Well, what is it like being away from football all that time? I mean, I know you your life was football in high school and Pee Wee.
It'll be 10 years this November. I can't believe it, since my last time, buckling it up. I don't want to say strap it on because that seems a little I don't like the way that sounds, but strapping it up, maybe, I don't know. But yeah, 10 years. Holy smokes. But I interrupted you. What was the question?
No. It's crazy. When I look at your career and where you've been, and you played football for such a long time, really from Pee Wee to high school to even college, and then playing the NFL as long as you did. It's weird when you step away from the game that you lived, slept, and smelt your whole life doing and playing.
So growing up in Saginaw, Michigan, I have so my mother Carol was married to a man named John Kennelly and had my 4 older siblings, my sister Lisa, my brother Johnny, my brother Troy, and my other sister Jetty. Then they were divorced, and my father, Big Stu, I'm Little Stu, he's Big Stu, came from South Dakota, came into Saginaw, Michigan, and met my mother, had me. They got divorced, and my father remarried, had my little sister. So I come from a very big family, blue collar. My older siblings played sports. I was a gymnast for the first 10 years of my life.
Wow.
And then when I was about 10 years old, I was like the size of like the 18 or 19-year-olds in that sport. And I'm like, I think it's probably time to try something else here. But what a great foundation for me as far as core strength, flexibility, balance, and just all that stuff. But I played, baseball. I did taekwondo, and 4th and 5th grade is when I started playing football and basketball. In high school, I was a football, track, and basketball player. I was actually from 4th grade. I was a running back and cornerback. And then in high school, I ended up switching to quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
We ran the option. So I was more like, basically another 3rd running back, to be honest with you. And then switched to safety. And then loved track and field. My junior year, actually won the 100-meter dash state championship.
Wow, look at
in
you.
the state of Michigan. Class A, was the first white guy to win it since 1956. So it was quite an accomplishment for me, beating a guy named Charles Rogers, who was a great competitor of mine since we were 14. We both grew up in Saginaw, and football, basketball, and track, we battled each other. So I'm not sure why I started talking about this, but what was the initial question here?
I just want to ask you one thing. Is that the same Charles Rogers who played in the NFL or no?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Okay.
So me and Charles, actually, here you go. This is we're very, very, very close friends. This is actually my senior year. My mom finally left for a weekend, and we had a huge party. And that's me and Charles before the senior year started, partaking in some underage activities. We probably shouldn't have been, but he actually fell asleep in my mom's bed. But Charles Rogers was the greatest athlete, greatest natural athlete that I've ever competed against. And I've had the pleasure of playing with guys like Randy Moss, Warren Sapp, Charles Woodson, Jerry Rice, Tim Brown, played, Megatron, Calvin Johnson, and Charles Rogers was phenomenal. And since 14, we battled in football, basketball, and track. And, one of the biggest things, right, coming from Michigan or Midwest, or actually anywhere, I guess, a 6'3", my sophomore year, 175, junior year, 185, senior year, 195. White dude is great locker room guy, great leader, smart, tough, not fast, not athletic, right? And I've always been fast. And when I beat him my junior year, it would have been like a white guy beating Usain Bolt. Like, what? Like, there's just no way. But that competition, I mean, we would have 6,000 or 7,000 people come watch a dual track meet against me and Charles Rogers on a Wednesday in Saginaw. You'd have Nick Saban, Barry Alvarez, Joe Tiller, Bob Davies, Lloyd Carr in the stands watching us run in a dual track meet. So competing against him, again, me wanting to beat him and basically, I always say this, you're only as good as your competition. Mm-hmm. And to have him growing up, and me and him were very close. We played against each other, him at Michigan State, me at Purdue, then him getting in the NFL and unfortunately suffering the injuries that he had. And then initially being not kicked out of the league, but failing drug tests of marijuana, which is an illegal substance. Which is a legal substance now. You look at it, and it's like it's unfortunate. Yep. And then the fact of him being labeled a bust just brought him into a Great Depression. And 2 years ago, he passed away, and it's still to this day really hurts me. And it was unnecessary, but because of the public and because of media and that label of a bust, he just couldn't recover from it. But again, there wouldn't be a Stuart Schweiger without Charles Rogers. So thank you for allowing me to have a couple minutes to
absolutely
to talk about him. And again, he's was a very close friend of mine. I got to talk to him 2 days before he passed away. And but again, without him, I don't know if I would have had the route that I had. I would have played, but again, when I beat him, it was like people actually knew, like, wow, this kid can run.
As everybody knows, we are talking to former Raiders and Lions safety Stuart Schweiger. So, Stuart, your time with the Raiders, it's very interesting. And the Raiders have been a very interesting organization over the years.
Hey, big win this past Sunday against Denver, baby. It was a huge win. So just wanted to say
we know the Davis family as they have practically run, and sometimes people would say ruined this organization. I disagree. I think the Davis family have been the face of the NFL, one of the faces of the NFL as far as the ownership is concerned, and really has changed the NFL for what it is today.
Absolutely.
So what are your thoughts? You know the Davis family. You've been around them before. What was it like playing for the Davis family?
So, that's where do I start? So let's go back to, when I was getting, during the draft process, I guess you could say, right? Coming out of Purdue, I was my freshman year, I was Big Ten freshman of the year. We won the Big Ten first time since 1967 when Greasy and Leroy Keys played back there. Drew Brees was my quarterback. Went to the Rose Bowl. I started all 4 years. I led the team in interceptions and tackles my freshman and sophomore year. All-American, Playboy All-American. Actually, I have Purdue's all-time interception record, which was 17, which is I have 17. The previous record was 11, held by a guy I'm sure you guys all know, Rod Woodson.
Of course.
One of my mentors, one of the greatest athletes to ever come out of of Indiana, out of Purdue, Fort Wayne native, still has track records here at Purdue. Great man. So then, getting drafted. Al was a guy each year there was a Al pick, right? He has his staff. They do, all these hours and hours of evaluation. And, at the Senior Bowl, you're getting basically the Senior Bowl is just another combine, right? Coaches are there. You're doing tests, evaluations, psychological testing, measurements, all this stuff in between meetings and going to practice and being evaluated at practice by scouts and filling out questionnaires and stuff. Then you go to the combine. And I think the combine, unless you have a doctor's note, the saying that you're physically unable to perform, I think everybody should be under those conditions.
I agree.
For 3 days. You don't do the actual physical stuff till the last day, right? So going I think everybody should be in those conditions, with the testing, with the no sleep, with the interviews, with the interviews in the evening, with all the stuff that goes with the combine. So I say this because of all the talk and all the phone calls and all the conversations with my agent and GMs, and I took trips down to Miami and all this stuff on these visits and everything. And you start to think of teams that are showing you the most interest. Where could I go? Who needs safeties? What's your best bet? And the other thing too, the NFL draft is the NFL process from college to pro. I think is kind of messed up, because you look at college basketball players, right?
Right.
Shoot, they get to go to the combine and as a junior and talk to these guys and get evaluated, and then go, maybe I should go back. Maybe it's not time for me in the NBA. NFL wise, there's really no unless you're a top 10 pick. For the other guys, there's really no evaluation system to know where do I fit in this draft, right? And there was a thing where they had this, and it was like an insurance company, that if you thought you had an opportunity to leave early, they would evaluate you, see what your draft status would be, and then give you a policy in case your senior year you got hurt, then you'd be paid out this amount.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it's we see you as an early second to late fifth, and it's what kind of evaluation is that, man? That's not telling me anything, And then if you even think of talking to an agent or declaring, once you do, you can't come back, the whole Maurice Clarett thing. It's just, I don't think it's fair. I think they need to adjust that a little bit so some of these players can get a proper evaluation on whether or not they should leave early or what's going on. But again, through this whole process, you're starting to, okay, this team, Houston Texans are showing this, and I'm looking at this, the Indianapolis Colts, and this team came and worked you out. Chuck Pagano came for the Cleveland Browns and did a private workout with me, and da 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 da. And people always say, "Did you know anything about the Raiders picking you?" And I said, I said the only communication, literally the only communication that I had with the Raiders was at the NFL Combine, and in the evenings of day 2 and 3, you get a sheet, and it's from 7 to 9, and it has every 15 minutes there's a different team, right? 7 o'clock the Bears, 7:15 the Colts, 7:30, and they'll have a bullhorn that blows, and basically the first floor of the hotel where the suites are, they clear the suites out. There's a wall with a dry erase board behind you, a seat, and then these bleachers over here, and it's the entire staff, president, GM, everyone. They're just asking you questions, right? Well, then from 9 until 10, there's this conference area where you go and people can just kind of grab you and fill out questionnaires. And I'm sitting there, and this elderly black gentleman comes up, and he's got this, this Raiders hat that's like an old, my dad would wear or something. And this, it's like a starter's Raider,
yeah, I know I know exactly what you're talking
and
about.
these sweatpants. And he's he looks at me, he goes, "Schweiger?" I'm like, "Yep." He goes, "Can you sit down?" So I sit down, and he hands me this sheet, and literally, name, address, cell phone number, email, 3 best games, 3 worst games. I'm thinking, dude, this is like about a month before the draft. They don't have this information. Like, there's, what the hell are these guys doing? You know what I mean? Like, contact and thanks, son. And I'm like, well, there's no way I'm going to freaking Oakland. You know what I mean? That was like the only communication I had. So then draft day comes and, obviously I don't want to get into the draft day part because it's going to take away the story. I want to talk about the Davises, but again, me being drafted. So Al always, they have these boards, but he may come in and go next pick, like literally 30 seconds before it's time. You're taking this guy. And they're like, we didn't like, this was a guy we kind of looked at, but we've never really, no, I want him right now. You take this guy right now. And I was his pick in that draft that year. And so I get drafted on a Saturday. That Thursday I fly out, and it's a team. It's not this rookie BS mini camp deal where they're all, freaking walking them through all this stuff and pacifiers and, coddling them and all that. It's the entire, it's everybody, right? It's like the first mini camp of the season. And I remember I fly in there to Oakland. My Clayton Lopez, my coach, my DB coach, picks me up and drops me off at the facility, and I'm kind of going through and just kind of, I'm getting this and this, taking pictures, and I'm just kind of walking. I go into the training room, and there's no one in there, but there's a guy sitting on like the where you get taped, and he's got just his Raiders, our Raiders Reebok cheapy shorts. So I'm so jealous of what the kids get nowadays. We had Reebok, and it was like, my Lord. But he's sitting there, he's got his ankles taped. No socks or anything on. He's got his Raiders shorts, no shirt on. He's reading the Wall Street, the what would be Wall Street Times or the whatever,
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Gray chest there. He's kind of got, gray stripe. And I'm looking at him going, holy shit. I'm like, that's Rich Gannon, dude. I'm like, that's my teammate. Like that guy, like I'm going, it kind of got real I'm like going, these are grown men that like are going to work.
Mm-hmm.
Like this isn't just some little game or whatever. I'm like, that's an NFL MVP guy, right? I mean, right there, just sitting there getting ready, I'm just nervous as all, heck, when he's just, doing like this, like it's just another day at the office. Right. Mm-hmm. So we do this mini camp. Right. And Rod Woodson, who again, Purdue, right. I break his record as a sophomore in college.
Wow. I'm sure he loved you for that.
What's that?
I'm sure he loved you for that.
Right? So you think that, right? So then I'm coming in and he's injured at this time and they draft a safety in the third round. So you know what's happening here.
Of course.
And this guy, and that's what makes Rod Woodson so special, was he was such a professional and such a student of the game. Whereas you see this, the kid from the Tennant Hill or whatever talking about, it's not my job to show this kid. Like, what kind of teammate are you, man? How insecure are you as a man,
right,
to not want to help out your teammate, man? I mean, that's your brother, man. Like, it's not like you're sitting here wanting him to take your job, but I mean, you're not going to help, you're not going to give the kids, like, how else do you know how to be a professional without having older guys?
Yeah.
You
need competition. Absolutely.
Exactly. Right. So it's the last day of the mini camp, right? It's Sunday. And we're doing a team drill. And hold on one second. I have a picture to show you.
Go ahead. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Back for the memorabilia.
Memorabilia day. Yes.
That's a great setup too.
It's the last team, drill on Sunday before mini camp breaks and whatever. And I'm having a pretty good mini camp, I'm holding my own. And I had some great veterans. Not only Rod Woodson, but Ray Buchanan, Philip Buchanan, Charles Woods. Well, Charles wasn't there yet, but Ray Buchanan was a huge part of my success in the NFL because he taught me what it was like to be how to be a professional, not just on the field, but in the locker room, with the media, in public, how you travel, how you dress, road games. And again, guys like Warren Sapp took me under their wing and again, taught me what it was like. Without those veterans teaching me that, I wouldn't know what I'm doing, how to watch film, how to study, how to be prepared, how to conduct myself at practice, all that type of thing. Like these guys are the ones that taught me how to do that. So being a veteran, that's huge for guys to teach the younger guys how to be professionals. But anyways, Rod Woodson, it's the last period. It's a team drill, 2-minute, offense. I don't think it was Kerry Collins. Might have been Tuyasa Sopo or T. Martin or maybe even Rich Gann. I don't know what quarterback it was, right? Probably a second. So probably Tuyasa Sopo, who I actually played in the Rose Bowl my freshman year when Purdue played Washington. Tough. That guy was a beast in college, man. That guy was freaking tough, dude. That guy was tough. But anyways, Rod Woodson says, Stu, come here for a second. I said, hey, what's up, Mr. Woodson? Mr. Woodson.
Of course, yes.
He says, hey, on this next period, he goes, just take a look. He goes, if they have a tight, 2x2, let's say 11 personnel, so one tight end, running back, slot, Z over here, X and Y over here. He goes, if they're somewhat close, let's say within 5 or 6 yards, be aware of that. Okay. Be aware of the down and distance. Let's say it's 3rd and 8, 3rd and 10. It's a third down call. He goes, if let's say this is the tight end, this is a receiver. These guys come up. Actually here. Just so you know what the hell I'm talking about.
Absolutely.
Diagram.
Yeah. So
nice.
Let's say this. Why? Let's go.
Look at that. We even get the coach's clipboard.
It's a little dry erase. He says, if both these guys come up at 5 yards and at 5, this guy cuts in and does this, he goes, just be alert to this guy to sit down and do a dig route at 10. So it may not happen. It may happen. Just take a look, right? So sure enough, it's 3rd and 8. They're over there. They're driving. It's one of those deals where offense scores, you're off. If defense stops them, camp's done with.
Right.
So all of a sudden I see it kind of a close split, and I'm going, okay. And I look at the down and distance, okay. Then I see it's 2x2, 11 personnel. I'm like, okay, this is all kind of lining up here. They both come off the ball. They're both going vertical. I'm going, okay. All of a sudden, the receiver cuts at 5. So I just stop and just move in a little bit. Now, if that tight end goes straight, it's a touchdown, right?
Yeah.
I just worked myself right into here. Interception. End of camp, right? Then I'm all happy and yeah, and at that point, Al Davis, the whole time I was there, he went to every practice.
Right.
He went to every practice, and each year it went from him being able to walk, from him needed assistance, to a walker, to a golf cart, and they filmed every period of practice because he'd come in and watch every individual period. He watched everything. Anyways, we break camp, Norv Turner, great guys, see ya, whenever. All of a sudden, Schweiger. Al, if Al calls you, yes, Mr. Davis. So I run over there and he says he grabs my jersey. He goes, man, you just always seem to find that ball, Schweiger. And this is the picture.
Nice.
And I walked him into the facility there, and this is a very special picture for me.
Right, of course.
And I'm thinking, this picture is because I had an interception, and it wasn't anything I did. You know what it was? It was Rod Woodson saying, you know what, let me help. And a guy that you'd think, this guy broke my interception record. Now he's taking my job. Did he care? No, he had nothing to prove. He knew how the process of the NFL goes, and shit, it was his time, but he still had the sense to sit there and go, let me help this guy out, right? So a buddy of mine, he said, Stu, I gave him this picture. I signed it. He goes, you think Al Davis would sign this picture? And this was during like that summer of my rookie year, a couple months afterwards. I'm like, I've never really how it is kind of with your boss. Like you talk to your boss, but it's always kind of uncomfortable a little bit too. especially when you're kind of new. So I go up, and his secretary was Fudgy. I said, "Hey, Fudgy, is Al in? You know?" And she goes, "Yeah." I said, "Do you think he doesn't?" And for I guess what I know, he doesn't sign autographs. But I said, it was like an 8x10. He said, "You think he'd sign this?" She goes, "Well," she calls, "Yep, he'll see you now, right?" So I go in his office. I open up the doors, and it's almost like the stairway to heaven, right? Like it's just like everything. All the carpet is white. The walls are white, and when I say white, like ivory, like it's not just white. It's like ivory, right?
Like pale medical rooms.
And then everything else, as far as like the desks, the chair, it's all black.
You're in heaven.
Right? Yeah,
heaven and hell.
He's got exactly. He's got the 3 Super Bowl trophies behind him, right? And he's sitting with and that's the thing. He either wore this black one or the white one, that Raiders, starter that you always see him in, right? Like that's what he wore, dude. The black one had been sun faded so much it was almost brown now, and he had the chain on his glasses, and so I come here, and I didn't even have a chance to ask him what I wanted, and I sit down and he goes, Stuart Schweiger, he says, Saginaw Valley League 1999 football MVP, led the league in rushing with 1,650 yards, 25 rushing touchdowns, all-state safety quarterback, ran a 10-600, beat Chuck Rogers. And I'm sitting here like, here's Al Davis who could, knows basically, if you want to know football or been with anybody that has anything to do with like the history of the NFL, this guy knows. And here he is spouting off my high school statistics. And I'm just going, is it cool if you can you sign that, And so he was a man that was very passionate about it. Obviously, towards the end, was some of the decisions he made probably not the best. I agree. But without Al Davis and his influence in the NFL and what he did and giving players that other teams looked past this, either a first chance or a second chance, he didn't care about any of he did what he wanted to do. And that's what I love is so many of these GMs and front offices in the NFL, they're just what are they doing? What are they doing? And that's why you see some of these teams, they will purposely in public talk about they like a guy, but they really don't, because they know other guys don't do their research, and they're just going to pick them because so-and-so wants them. The guys they really want, again, like you never hear anything about it.
Right. You know, about the Buccaneers drafting Bo Jackson when he said he wasn't going to go there anyway.
I don't know if I know that story.
Yeah, in 1983 or whenever he was drafted, he publicly said, "I'm not going to the Buccaneers." So
you mean Bo Jackson said that?
Bo Jackson, yeah. He added him into the team.
See, I don't mind it from him, but like John Elway and Eli Manning, get out of here with that crap. You freaking pansy.
Tell it, say it, tell him how it is. Tell him how it is.
I met John Elway one time, and his teeth were so big I couldn't think of anything else besides looking at his face. You know what I mean? Like I'm like, you know what? I mean, I respect. Here's the other thing too: is being in Oakland. I had the opportunity. Guys like Willie Brown, very close friend of mine. Rest R.I.P. Willie Brown, George Atkinson, Lester Hayes, Jim Otto, Fred Biletnikoff is a close friend of mine. But like the Jack Tatum, God rest his soul. Like these guys, they're around. Jim Plunkett. And one thing Willie Brown taught me, which I had a general respect for the guys that came before me already, but during that mini camp I talked about, the very first, after I think the first, the rookies were Willie Brown was kind of like our liaison, kind of our coach between coaches or whatever, guy you could go to, and you knew like he wasn't really a coach, so you didn't really, you could talk freely with him. He said, and it was the rookies. I think there was like 8 of us or 9 of us, He said, put down your pads, put down your helmet. This playbook, it doesn't mean anything. He says, and he had this like Raiders yearbook or Raiders history or whatever. And he said, here's what you need to study, guys. This. He goes, for one, you need to study the guys that made the Raiders famous and won 3 Super Bowls. Not only know who those guys are, but what they had to do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have an idea of what it is to be a baller in the NFL. Some of these guys, it's like, yo, man, I'm balling. It's like, do you even know what that means? Like, who are you comparing yourself to? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the guys on your team who suck anyway. So, like, or are you comparing it to, like, Hall of Fame guys, right? And he said, secondly, these guys are going to be around here. And he goes, you go up and you pay your respects to them. And I thought, how embarrassing would it be for me to be up in Napa Valley at camp, and I'm a safety, right? And here's Jack Tatum watching practice, and I don't say anything to the guy. You know what I mean? How disrespectful.
Absolutely.
So I always learned to make sure to know who the guys were, because again, these are legends. These are guys that you know, Cliff Branch, not Cliff Branch. No. Who did we just get in last year? Cliff.
Who did they get last year?
21. Why am I forgetting his name? The receiver for the Raiders.
Oh, the one who got arrested, right?
No, in the Hall of Fame. In the Hall of Fame.
Tim Brown.
No, not Tim Brown. Jesus, you're gonna have to edit this part out. I'm gonna get some crap from.
No, you.
Cliff Branch.
Oh, it was Cliff Branch. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. My bad. Yeah. Cliff Branch. Like these guys, I remember.
Cliff Branch.
Yeah.
You did say that.
Okay. Good. All right.
You did say Cliff Branch.
And again, guys, I was awarded total and permanent disability a year and a half ago, and I found out I had over 50 to 60 concussions. So sometimes my memory is not the best. So, but again, that's why whenever a younger player like knows some history, I'm always like, whoa, like you know something besides you? Like there's somebody else on this world besides you, and you care about other people than besides you, you know, because so many people on these social medias and with these things, they get smoke blown up there, you know what? And I listen to the fans and they're going, that guy's a baller. I'm going, why? What's significant? I mean, as far as the stats go, he's not. As far as the plays I see, he's not. So why does he think he is to begin with? For instance, last year I went out to the Kansas City. So the Raiders alumni are just phenomenal. And I could do a whole show about the alumni they do and how it's growing and how they save lives. But they fly guys out to games, and we go and shake hands and suites, and it's a great time. And I went out for obviously seeing my former teammate Charles Woodson's ceremony they did for him when he got, you know, his Hall of Fame induction when we played the Kansas City Chiefs. And there's like 8 Hall of Famers there. They had the whole, 24 everywhere. He speaks. The guy from the Hall of Fame's there. They show his bust, and this is before the game, right? So I'm big into numbers, and when I remember who's wearing my number now, like and you watch these guys, and I'll be thinking like, okay, there's 24 all around this thing. Like the guy wearing that, I'm not going to call the guy wearing that number. I'm thinking like, I'd be a little like, I better go out and, I better do my thing here. Just, I mean, the Raiders just get annihilated. The guy wearing his jersey gets mossed by a fullback. And I'm thinking, if that were me, I would literally take the jersey off and go, I shouldn't be wearing this. Like this is disrespectful. And I'm thinking, I bet you that probably didn't even cross the mind of that player.
Maybe you should have worn the jersey inside out or backwards.
I'm thinking if that were Woodson, I may go down and go, hey, listen, son, we're done with that. We're not doing that anymore because that wasn't your number in college. So obviously you knew that Willie Brown and Charles Woodson that wore that number, and you decide to pick that number. That's already setting precedence of what type of player that you think you're going to be, and you'll never be able to match that type. You see what I'm saying? That shows the type of mindset of someone picking that number. I'd be like, whoa, like someone at Michigan again wearing number 2.
Yeah.
that's there's some high expectations there, brother. And if that's not your number from high school, why'd you pick it? Because you're trying to say that you're like, wow, you know what I mean?
You're influenced by it, but you're wearing it anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, you said Cliff Branch was 21. Didn't Nnamdi Asomugha wear 21 too?
Nnamdi Asomugha was 21. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So Nnamdi Asomugha was a very close friend of mine. So Nnamdi Asomugha, who I think was one of the best man-to-man corners in the NFL at the time. Obviously, he goes to Philadelphia. They play a cover 2. It's a little bit different scheme. But with Nnamdi, high intellectual guy. So Nnamdi, we lived close to each other. And every Friday, I would go to Nnamdi's house. No, Thursday. I go to Nnamdi's house after practice because it was a shorter day. He'd cut my hair. We would watch The Real World. And then he would play the piano for me. Him, and then usually Akbar Baja Biamila, who's the host of American Ninja Warrior, would come over. And dude, that was kind of like our Thursday ritual. And then when Chris Carr came, it was kind of us four. So Nnamdi was a very, very close friend of mine. And a guy Asante Samuels came out with kind of talking trash about him. I think it was on the Pivot Show. Did you guys see that by chance at all or hear about that at all? Or anything?
No, when Samuel was an Eagle, you're talking about?
And what he said about him, there's a difference between personal and then professional, right? There's professional conversations, speaking about somebody professionally, and then speaking about somebody personal. And I felt his attack on him was personal, and I never like it when guys don't give other guys their due respect. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's guys I don't, as people, I probably don't respect, but as them as players, I'll tell you they're great players all day long. Or there's other guys that maybe didn't get the recognition, but are guys where you say, hey, listen, no. You better get ready. This dude's good. Because, some guys, like, you have to be confident and think you're the best, but you also have to be realistic.
Right.
Like, oh, this dude sucks. Well, why are you saying he sucks? Well, he's a B or whatever. And it's like, I'm just telling you, dude, if that's the way you think, this dude's going to destroy you. You know what I mean? Like, and that's one thing with me. And I think that's why, like, my social media and the fans, I try to be as honest as I can. So if I'm going to tell you a guy's good, you go, okay, if Stu's saying that guy's good, then he thinks he's good. Mm-hmm. Or if Stu's saying that guy's an asshole, he's probably an asshole, right? Because it's like sometimes it's like you can see some people are just saying it just because, whereas me, for one, I'm giving that opinion because I either played with the guy, played against the guy, or I know the guy, right? If I don't know him, I'm not going to give you an opinion because that's not right to be able to give that opinion. You know what I mean? So sometimes it's like, man, just give the guy a little props, man. That's one reason I have the whole thing with Tony Gonzalez, and only player to ever knock Tony out in 2007. Only player to ever knock him out cold. First of all, you can't find it on the internet. You can't find it on NFL's Biggest Hits. It was on YouTube. He took it off. I have it. I have it. I'm gonna relaunch it. But I have multiple plays of me knocking out. Well, maybe not knocking him out, but knocking him good hits, stopping him. Never once will you find a play of him dunking on me in the end zone. Never once. But he will not give me any respect. He will not. Yeah. He will not. Every interview, every time. I'm even thinking this last week on when Tua Tagovailoa and that whole thing's a mess.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wish him the best. But when Tony was talking about it, like I was the only one to ever give him a concussion, and I'm thinking, is he gonna? When I was knocked out and whatever, but like he won't. Like he talks about every other safety. He talks about other guys, and like I'm just like, you know what, dude? I'm so like. Can you swear on here? I don't know if you can. You can't swear on here, can you?
We might use this on 103.9.
I'll edit it. Yeah, but just I have, and I'll say this: Tony Gonzalez is one of the greatest to ever play.
Yes.
And I'll still say that. But he is a.
I know what you're gonna say.
You money sign Y.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
One game he comes up and says, "Hey, Stu," I said, "What?" he says, "Hey, can you stop hitting me in my legs? Can you hit me up high?" And I said, did you say to, like, what? What'd you, Stu, can you keep it up high? Oh, sure, Tony. Yeah, whatever you want, buddy. Hey, let me know when you're gonna run a 7 round. I'll just fall down. I said, Tony, I don't play. You're not my teammate. Okay, I don't play for the Kansas City Chiefs. And I said, now that I know that, every play I'm gonna try to bend your knees in backwards, brother. He's like, well, Jesus, dude. I'm like, we're playing in this game right now. We're not brother-lawing it. That's stuff you do in practice on, during the off season and stuff with your own teammates, not against a rival game at home. I'm like, who the heck? Like, that's some type of basketball type talk. I'm like, no. I'm not doing that. And first of all, you're probably trying to set me up. Like, you're going to take it. So, if you're wide open, can you just drop the ball, Tony? If I don't, is that okay? Can you not block me, on a crackdown block, when they're doing this or whatever? But I'm like, dude, listen, I'm not playing that stuff, Tony. But I knew then I had him. I mean, for someone to tell you to back off, that right away is showing like, oh, I own this guy. This dude's, but you'll never see it. You'll never hear about it. But again, like I said, I have a nice video that I like to do Final Cut Pro and make editing and all this stuff. I'm gonna launch it at the right time.
Yeah, we'll definitely take it.
Yeah,
we'll definitely take and post it. We are talking to former Raiders, Lions, and safety Stuart Schweiger. Stu, we really appreciate you joining us. You're awesome. You really are. I want to get you on again. Your stories are fantastic. You really are.
Oh, dude, that was like not even the peak, dude. Like, I have a lot of funny. We
would love to, and I'll have Speedy
funny story
reach out to you again. I want to get you
absolutely.
on before.
Actually, one of my favorite players, a guy that I know that you'll appreciate, a guy I trained with, who's a friend of mine who I want to reconnect with, is Jericho Cotry.
Oh, I think I've reached out to him too, trying to get him.
If you get a hold of him, please let me know, because that guy, he's a very, very close friend of mine that I'd love to reconnect with. And I did spend some time with the G-Men in New York.
We know.
Yes.
Yeah.
2008, right?
I remember that. No, I remember that.
And another great Jet, Eric Smith from Michigan State.
Yeah. Yes, Eric Smith was a good Jet. And I did a show with Eric
Coleman.
Eric Coleman.
Don't worry, you were drafted higher than him.
Eric Coleman's my dude, man, from Washington State.
Yeah.
He was a
Don't worry, you were drafted higher than him.
Eric is big out here now. He's got his own show on MSG.
Well, see, here's the thing. So my coach, Kenny Green at Purdue, my first 3 years, is from Washington State, was actually the first white safety drafted before Adam Archuleta in the first round, but coached Eric. He left and coached Eric my senior year. And now Eric Coleman, dude, I'm like, dude, can you slow down on the curls, dude? Jesus.
He likes to show
off. So that's funny.
He likes to show off. He likes to show
off. But LaDaily Tomlinson, he finished his career in New York, correct?
Yes.
Great player. Yes. Great player. Rob Ryan was my D coordinator in Oakland, and obviously his brother Rex. Another guy that was a great player of mine that was in the Jets was from Wisconsin, Jim Leonard. Great player.
Their coach there. Their coach just got fired.
Wait, what?
Coach.
Yeah, Paul Chris just got fired or stepped down.
Did he really?
This weekend, yeah.
Is he the interim? Is he the interim?
Jim Leonard's the interim coach now.
That would make sense. Yeah, he's a badass dude. Badass. Who else as far as Jets was God, the quarterback that played forever. Josh McCown, was he out there?
Yes, he was.
Great teammate, great athlete, great player. God, who else as far as the Jets go? Some of their running, they had not Rhodes, tight end wise. Oh, Dustin Keller.
Yeah. Dustin Keller, yes.
He's a Purdue guy. He was a freshman when I was a senior, and he's from the town. He's from Lafayette, where Purdue is. Cody Spencer, he was out there in New York for a little bit. He was drafted with me in Oakland. So you'd be amazed at how small
I'm sure.
It's crazy.
Football is it's like any other sport. When you're in a brotherhood, and you know everybody. And
I will say this, guys, there are way more bad. That's pretty bad English. Way more bad coaches and front office people than there are good ones. I mean, it's amazing. Like, you think the higher you go up, like the better it would be, and it's guys just hiring their drinking buddies, dude. It's amazing.
Oh, believe me, Errol and I both learned that as Giants and Jets fans recently.
Stu, we thank you for your time, bud.
Anytime, guys. Shoot, anytime.
Speedy will reach out to you.
I'll definitely reach out to you again, and I definitely want to see if I can get this Jericho Cotchery thing to work, because I think I tried reaching out.
Maybe we'll surprise Jericho.
Dude,
please. That would be really funny.
Say, hey, man, this is like this corny white safety that like says he knows you or something. And he was like, and I get, as soon as you say Stu, I go, oh, Stu. I get that's. Where's he at? Is he coaching now, or what's he doing?
I thought he was doing something in high school, but I'm not sure what he's doing right now. He was also broadcasting and he was an analyst, I think, over there down south for CBS too. I'm not sure what he's doing right now.
Yeah, I think with college football. Like that, yeah,
I'm not sure what he's doing.
Or one of the other networks, ACC.
Yeah, guys, dude, let me know, man. I'd love to have. I actually would love to have you guys on my show.
Absolutely, anytime you want, man. We'll come on anytime you want, Stu. Absolutely, right. Stu. Thank you for joining us, bud.
Anytime.
Well, we were just talking to ex-Raider Lions safety Stuart Schweiger, and by the way, great personality, good person, told us great stories. Al Davis stories, fantastic. Yeah. But we have a very special guest when we come back, a guy that we know very, very well. We had a great interview with him the last time he came on, and he stuck it to the baseball writers. That's right. And he agrees with me. Steroids should be allowed in professional sports. When we come back, we'll be talking to aceofspader.com baseball analyst and statistician Ryan Spader here on the Sports Loudmouths.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Ranger Station, Ranger speaking.
Hi, I'd like to report a bear hug.
Uh-huh, okay.
Well, we were building a bonfire, and I saw some, dry brush and leaves around, so, I said to move the bonfire somewhere else, and out of nowhere, Smokey Bear shows up and hugs me.
So you noticed some wildfire hazards, and moved your bonfire to a safer location.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Smokey, all right. He likes it when people help prevent wildfires. It hits him close to home. Not everybody gets the hug, my friend. So that's pretty special to get a hug from Smokey Bear.
So it was him. Hey, guys, I told you it was Smokey.
Okay, well, congratulations, my friend. And thanks for calling. There are many ways to prevent a wildfire. Learn how you can do your part at SmokeyBear.com.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Sponsored by the U.S. Forest Service, Ad Council, and your state forester.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. This is the Sports Loudmouths.
Ooh, I like this. Bringing it back, baby. You are listening to the Sports Loudmouth. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. You can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Download our app, iOS, WWSRN, or Android, Worldwide Sports Radio Network. Shout out to our friend and new favorite, football guy, Stuart Schweiger, who joined us. He was fantastic. Great stories, great personality, and everything you would want when it comes to an ex-NFL player that knows his stuff and his stories. And he told us in such depth.
Yeah.
He really did. He was fantastic. But we have another guy that we're just waiting.
No, he's in. He's on audio. His videos didn't work today.
Oh, it's fine. But we were looking forward to getting him on, and we have him on. We're now talking to aceofspaders.com baseball analyst and statistician Ryan Spader. Ryan, buddy, what's up, man?
What's happening, guys? Can you hear me okay?
We hear you beautifully, my friends. How are you?
All right. So it took me to the last second. I had a difficult time finding my headphones, and if I don't have my headphones, I can't use my microphone.
Okay. So. It's all right, man. And we're happy to have you on. I'm sorry it took us a little while. Stuart had so many great stories, and when you listen to a guy like that just go on with some of the stories you've never heard, or you're talking about Rod Woodson, these are Hall of Famers, Al Davis. These guys are some of the greatest at their position ownerships, and it just fantastic stories. But we're happy to get you on. We've been talking ever since the interview we've had you on the show. I talk about steroids and how I believe steroids should be allowed in professional sports and except combat sports, as we spoke about. And we look at guys like now Aaron Judge having the season that he's had. And the last time we had you on, we were talking about Barry Bonds. We were talking about Sammy Sosa or Mark McGuire and Rafael Palmeiro. And now we see something like this. When you see something like this, and arguably one of the greatest seasons we've seen a baseball player have, why does this stand out to you as far as what you've seen as a statistician?
Dude, I got to tell you, it's really awesome, and it's awesome for the game, but it's also bad for the game, in my opinion, because exactly what I said would happen. And, I don't want to stand on my soapbox and say, look at me, I was right. But exactly what I said was going to happen is happening. People are crowning him the quote-unquote true home run champion. Now, personally, as somebody who has taken steroids, it's difficult for me to say that it should be quote unquote allowed, but the way that it's regulated and giving certain players therapeutic use exemptions for certain things, such as HGH, it's not really fair. Not only that, it's my contention that that amphetamines help you out a lot more than steroids do. Because guess what? Arnold Schwarzenegger is not the all-time home run leader. In fact, he hit 0. I hit 0. I've taken everything under the sun when I was a power lifter. And I think that amphetamines, this is the kind of thing that you got a day game after a night game. You're not getting to bed until sometimes 4 a.m. And, you wake up, you're not refreshed, and you pop them. And then all of a sudden you're in like the best shape of your life. I've taken Adderall one time ever. Adderall, which is not even that strong. I took it one time ever. And I felt invincible. I think that Major League Baseball does a really bad job at regulating this stuff. I don't think Major League Baseball players are 5 times more likely to have ADD than the regular population,
right?
Which is about what it comes out to. I don't think it's really fair to the rest of the league, just as it wasn't fair when guys were using steroids. And we often, we default to Barry Bonds and Mark McGuire, Sammy Sosa, all of whom I will say Barry Bonds and Mark McGuire, I think were blackballed, but maybe not Sammy Sosa. I'm not quite sure on him, but it's my opinion that, as I said last time, I've got to say this now, Barry Bonds and Mark McGuire were blackballed from baseball. Well, what were the pitchers who were pitching to them taking? The same shit.
Right. As everybody knows, we are talking to aceofspaders.com baseball analyst and statistician Ryan Bader. And Ryan wanted us to announce 2 very important people that you definitely have to follow. Alex Fuse, a partner of his. Check him out and follow him at Alex Fuse, Feuz, and Bu Willis, right? Is that right? Is that how you spell
It's
it?
Bo.
Oh, I'm sorry. Bo Willis, at B Wills, 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 and that's 222. So check him out. Check them both out, as always. And as everybody knows, we are talking to Ryan Spader.
So first of all, I just want to mention
one quick thing. I gotta interrupt you quickly. One thing I want to tell you about these guys that's awesome is Alex was a play-by-play announcer for a Royals affiliate while a student. That's amazing to me. Bo is writing these pieces that he's doing for me on my website in between practices as a pitcher.
Wow.
Amazing. Amazing to me.
Where's he pitch, by the way?
I don't want to mix up their schools. One of them goes to Siena, and the other one goes to no. He's pitching in goodness, I forget the whole school's name, but a college in Wisconsin.
Okay. Well, then he's a follower of the Badgers, and I am not a Badger fan. So there you go.
You're a Jim Leonard fan, so you can live with that now.
Well, I'm a Jim Leonard fan, by the way, because he played for the Jets. That's about it.
Exactly. So now you're being roped in.
Well, I'm not being roped in because I do not like the Badgers. And
So are you basically admitting your hate of the Badgers is stronger than your love of the Jets?
I don't understand why people care so much that I hate the Badgers. I mean, seriously, every single Badger fan that listens to the show, why do you hate the Badgers so much? Because I can't stand the colors. I can't stand those lousy fans. Okay? Sorry.
I don't want to. I would be remiss if I didn't say it. His school is Concordia University of Wisconsin. I just forgot the first part of the name.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. But you want to know something? Honestly, anywhere he plays, as long as he's not playing for the Badgers, I like him. So there you go. Try to sell me with Jim Leonard, Speedy. We are talking to aceofspaders.com baseball analyst and statistician Ryan Bader, who's one of the more followed Twitter guys when it comes to Twitter handles, when it comes to stats. This guy knows his stuff. He's got over 50,000 people that follow him on Twitter. It's fantastic what he does when it comes to stats, and he has got 2 books. He's fantastic. He really is. So why don't we get into it? And baseball is all about stats now. And there's so many new stats. You have WAR, people are complaining about because they're like, oh, this wasn't around in the 50s and 60s. And now everybody's looking at the WARs and trying to estimate what the WAR would be when Ted Williams played or Joe DiMaggio played or Mickey Mantle or any of those players. And it's completely different. Do you think the game, because of these new statistics, has either ruined it or changed the game for the worse?
I would definitely say it changed it. I don't know if it's necessarily for the worse. One thing, and you said something very important right there, estimate.
Mm-hmm.
That's all these are. These are estimates. These are not 62 home runs in a year. Wins above replacement is an estimate. And one thing that people discount is that a team of 0 WAR players would win, I believe it's 48 or 52 games. I haven't looked at the numbers recently. So I also advocate, instead of looking at wins above replacement, maybe check out wins above average, an 81 and 81 team. I think that they're very valuable. I wouldn't say they've ruined the game. They maybe have ruined some of the awards.
Right.
However, I think when you take like a deeper dive into the type of numbers that are available to us, things that have changed the game greatly they're not these analytical numbers. They're things like heat maps, right? All of a sudden we got 3 guys on one side of the infield. The only player ever before this that I recall even seeing, and of course I wasn't alive at the time, was Ted Williams, who would have 3 infielders on one side of the room. And Ted, he was so good, he would just say, screw it, I'll hit the ball the other way. So I don't think it's necessarily ruining the game, but it's certainly changing it, and it's changing the rules. We're going to see this rule where you're not allowed to have somebody behind the bag at second base here shortly. I hate it. I think it's stupid. But it's going to add value to really good shortstops because as soon as that ball's released, they're going to sprint to that position. So, yeah, I mean, it's changing it drastically, but it's difficult for me to say if it's for the better or for the worse.
Didn't you even mention last time we had you on that they like changed the formula in certain years too, and they keep modifying
many times?
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah,
that's why I always bounce between. I can't remember if it's 48 or 52 wins for wins above replacement, but you'll see if you go on, like, for example, Fangraphs or Baseball Reference, you'll see from year to year certain players' WAR will change.
Wow. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No. Yeah.
And this guy hasn't played for 20 years.
Yeah, you mentioned that like it'll jump like 2 points out of nowhere, and all of a sudden, oh, that's the beginning of the new value. Wait, no, was this the value in 2007 or
Maybe it was
2015?
because he died.
Oh, isn't that amazing? Like, you let somebody in the Hall of Fame the moment they died. Like, what? How much of it? I forget. Are we allowed to swear?
Yeah,
on this?
go ahead. Yeah, you could. Yeah.
How much of an asshole are you to say you're not a Hall of Famer, and then the guy dies, and you're like, okay, you can come in now?
It's crazy how baseball and they vote now, and these writers they pick and choose just because they hate the guy, they like the way they interviewed, even though his numbers are somewhere around that, because baseball is different now. Most of these pitchers, the only way they could get in is if they had 300 wins. Now they're letting baseball. Now they're saying pitchers, if they have 200 wins and their ERA and WHIP is down, and they're one of the more dominant numbers for pitchers now, they could get into the Hall of Fame even if they have 170 wins.
Right,
it's crazy.
They're because of the innings. They're going to look at other things too, like strikeouts per 9 innings pitched and something like that.
Yeah,
like
it's
that. So other
changed.
stuff that'll be more valuable.
I understand why baseball is doing that, and I understand why baseball wants to change. I don't agree with Rob Manfred. I think he's an idiot. I've said this over and over again on this show, and I can't wait until 2024 when he loses his job, because I believe the next guy to take over for baseball is Theo Epstein. I really do believe that. They need a guy that actually knows the game a little bit better than the guy that's just because of one guy named Bud who gives him a job because he loves him so much and probably does other things off air or whatever they do, behind the scenes to each other. I don't want to say it on the radio, but, Bud Selig, everybody knows about him. Why is Bud Selig in the Hall of Fame and George Steinbrenner isn't? I wonder why, because, George Steinbrenner changed the game for the better, and Bud Selig ruined the game for the worst. So, Bud wants to take all the credit for what happened in the 90s when steroids was around, and he doesn't want to take all the abuse and the blame for baseball for what has happened over the years with Alex Rodriguez and Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa and Barry Bonds and Gary Sheffield. The guy's a moron, okay? And I'm sorry. I don't care if baseball never hires me as an analyst. The truth is, baseball likes to cover things for the worst, not for the better. And I think the game needs a smart guy to take over that actually understands what it takes to be a good Samaritan when it comes to the sport of baseball. I think baseball doesn't have that, and that's why Rob Manfred is the worst commissioner in sports. We are talking to aceofspaders.com baseball analyst and statistician Ryan Spader.
Right, we'll just have to go back to what we mentioned at the end of the interview last time. We'll have Bud Selig be the commissioner of the league, and you could be the Hall of Fame commissioner.
I would love at least
hold on.
He knows what he's doing.
I want to comment on some of the things you said there, because a lot of that really hits home. Something that is a little bit and I may have mentioned this last time. I do so many shows that sometimes I forget what I said where. So stop me if I already said it. But first of all, the reason Bud Selig is in the Hall of Fame is because he, quote unquote, saved baseball. He didn't save baseball. Mark McGwire, chasing that record, saved baseball. Cal Ripken saved baseball. Bud Selig enabled these guys to do what they were doing. And not only that, but then if you go into the depths of what was going on, Rob Manfred was hired to do he was probably already working for baseball, but he
was, yes.
His part of his job was to investigate this stuff.
Mhm.
And then we have George Mitchell, who is a known person who went to Epstein Island, who was a politician,
Rapist.
which I generally don't really care for. And George Mitchell, we got the Mitchell Report, right?
Yeah.
Every single team was on the Mitchell Report except for one team, the team that he was working for. To me, that automatically invalidates the Mitchell Report.
Yeah.
Automatically.
Wow.
I will tell you right now, I met Bud Selig at Edgar Martinez's Hall of Fame induction. Edgar's a friend. He invited me to his Hall of Fame induction. I met Bud Selig there. I even took a picture with him. He is one of the most charming human beings I have ever encountered. That is part of the reason he's in the Hall of Fame. This man can talk his way into anything. I was so impressed by him. And that's one thing that I am impressed. People who are good with networking, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And
He was
also
a car salesman, so he knows how to sell cars. So
yeah, exactly. You also alluded to the fact that Major League Baseball tends to skirt responsibility and blame things on people.
Yep.
Well, what about amphetamines and cocaine?
Yep.
They just went 1985 Pittsburgh drug trials, steroids and performance enhancing drugs. Mark McGwire, Barry Bonds, etc. Juiced baseballs. That was Rawlings' fault. Questionable use of technology. That was the Astros' fault. It goes on and on. They never take responsibility for anything, and it drives me mad.
I'm sure they were trying to dodge blame for like all those spitball incidents there used to be in like the 60s. So,
and now you see what Garrett Cole's going through. I mean, he's given up the most home runs in the MLB this year. Yes, he has the most strikeouts, but ever since Spider Tap, and this has been going on.
like Spider Tap.
But this has been going on since the 50s, the 40s. The spitball. Did anybody watch Major League?
Yeah,
and what's his name again? He was telling him that he put snot on the ball. Remember when he was talking to Charlie?
Yeah, he puts peppers in his nose.
Yes, I mean, this has been going on in baseball for forever. So why is it a surprise that Rob Manfred sets these rules now? Because Rob Manfred heard all the complaints by other players, other GMs, and obviously managers on other teams saying that they're cheating. And now all of a sudden he's playing for the Yankees. He can't cheat anymore. So you know what? He's worthless. Like half the players in the major league are when they find out what they're doing behind, closed doors, or maybe in front of you and you don't see it. Grabbing their hats, grabbing their crotches. I mean, seriously, it's the game is just ridiculous. Why can't we just keep it to the old way of the way the game? I agree with you. Amphetamines have ruined the game. And we all know amphetamines have been around in the 60s and the 50s. Amphetamines have been around forever, but nobody says that that's an enhancing drug and that's helped players. But you got guys like Barry Bonds, he was a fantastic player, saw the ball as well as he did. He didn't do any amphetamines. He felt like he wanted to stay on the field. He wanted to make sure that he could play 162 games and break records. And he did that. And before that, he was a Hall of Famer. 400 home runs, 400 stolen bases. Nobody's even going to come close to those numbers ever. The guy's the greatest player to ever play the game. And he is never going to be respected by the Hall of Fame because, I'm sorry, he did steroids for what? 7 out of his, 20 some odd years playing baseball? It is an absolute catastrophe. It really is.
So, first of all, because it's kind of my thing, let me drop a Barry Bonds stat on you because I don't know if I've told you guys this before, but this is going to blow your mind. If not, he had 334 home runs and 380 stolen bases through 1996. No other player in baseball history has eclipsed both of those totals.
Wow.
Throw out everything else. He could have walked off the field right then. No other player is close to what he did in terms of power and speed.
And by the way, 8 gold gloves too. 8 gold gloves.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And when it comes to amphetamines, I think that people just don't fully understand what these things do to you. I mean, I'm telling you, the one time I took Adderall, I walked across the Susquehanna River at 3 a.m.
Damn.
In November. Pennsylvania.
We got to introduce you to Kenny then, because Kenny likes to, chase geese. So
I said after that happened, I was like, I am never touching this again. I felt invincible, man. Like, I'm not even kidding you. And honestly, it was after about 10 hours of fishing all day out in the sun and probably about 13 beers or so.
Maybe we need our comic the comic guy we had on the show to give Ryan a superhero power when he takes Adderall.
I've taken Adderall too, and actually recently I took Adderall. It's actually funny. My friend gave me a couple of them, and he says, "Dude, if you even try one of these things, you'll be able to do 8 things at once and remember everything that you're doing at the same time when you're doing it." And I popped it, and I was like, I've tried crazier things, but as soon as it hit me, man, I could do. Honestly, you're right. I could probably run and read a book at the same time, and probably. And listening to
Hopefully it's my book.
Yeah, but I'm serious. It's crazy what it does to you, and it makes you like a super. That's why people study with it, and they take tests, and they study for hours on this stuff because it lasts forever. And it's not like cocaine. When cocaine, after the high goes down, within 20, 25 minutes, this thing lasts you for at least 2, 3, 4 hours, and you can do so many different things when you're doing it. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's crazy. It really is. So you're right, Ryan. It's something that you've never tried, and if you tried it before, you know what we're talking about. And these baseball players, there are a ton of it. I know Jeff Bagwell was doing amphetamines. I know he was. Okay, I know for a fact he was because I know somebody that knows him. So there are a lot of baseball players that are in the Hall of Fame right now that maybe they didn't do steroids, but it's just as bad by doing amphetamines. I absolutely agree with you. I absolutely.
Yeah, but then oftentimes Major League Baseball says, hey, it's okay. Therapeutic use exemption. Nobody talks about TUEs. I don't understand why, right? Like Chris Davis. Do you remember when he got suspended?
Yep. Mm-hmm. He's still getting
Carlos Ruiz,
by the way.
Yeah, awesome. Good for him. Do you remember when Carlos Ruiz got suspended?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. These guys, they got suspended because they had expired TUEs.
Yeah.
Because they didn't renew their freaking TUEs. They had them the year before, and they just kept taking their meds and didn't renew. It's ridiculous to me, man.
Yeah, I wish Carlos Ruiz stayed suspended as a Mets fan. I know you're a Phillies fan, so that's so you click the opposite. Which congratulations, they finally made the playoffs. They broke that drought finally.
I'm happy for them, and I think they're going to be very dangerous in the playoffs. I do. I think that lineup is really good. So
I was actually going to say I was going to try to close out with this, but I'll say it now since you bring it up. I should have my office finished up by the time that they win the wild card series. And I'm hoping you guys will have me back on, and I promise I'll have the video that time.
I will actually. Speedy will get you on. In the next week and a half, we'll get you on again. First of all, I want to give a shout out to your guys, Alex Fuse. Check him out at Alex FEUZ, and Bo Wills at B Wills WILLS 222. And Ryan, you're awesome. I've always, when we had you on the first time, I told Speedy it was a great interview, and me and you agree on a lot of different things when it comes to baseball and sports. And I think sports is lost in what is going on behind, I guess you could say, closed doors. And I think what Bud Selig did, what the league is doing right now to the game of baseball, it's an absolute catastrophe. I don't like the game of baseball and what it's turning into. I think it's a joke.
Well, to your point, and I told you before, I have to say this now by my lawyer's recommendation that it is my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the Judge home run chase was orchestrated.
Yes.
I think he was seeing, no offense to the Yankees, I think the Yankees were getting different baseballs. I think we saw that. Yankees games were getting different baseballs. So both teams to, make it fair.
Yeah.
I think there's probably no other better example than the fact that Anthony Rizzo hit 32 home runs of his own.
Mm-hmm.
I think those baseballs for the Yankees were juiced. I think Major League Baseball wanted Aaron Judge to hit 74 home runs. He didn't, obviously. But the way that I look at it is like, what's the most popular team in the U.S.? The Yankees.
Yes.
What's the most popular team outside of the U.S.? The Yankees.
Yeah, I'm a Yankee fan. I know.
Major League Baseball's trying to grow the game. They wanted Aaron Judge to have a home run record. That's why we're touting this nonsensical AL record. Who holds the NFC and AFC passing yards record?
NFC and AFC passing. Is it Jerry Rice?
No, passing yards. Not passing
yards.
Passing
I'm
yards
sorry.
for quarterbacks.
No.
I think Peyton Manning has the AFC. NFC, I would guess.
Yeah.
Brett Favre, but I'm not sure.
Brett Favre.
Yeah, you would guess, right? Because it's not a thing. You don't split up the leagues and say single season record. It's just not a thing.
Right.
And then the other thing, to be honest with you, I hate to say it, and I hate disparaging what people have done.
Right.
Because Judge, hey, circumstances permit it, and he hit 62 home runs. That's freaking awesome.
Yes.
Pujols hit 700 home runs, and that's
By the way,
awesome.
congratulations.
But all of a sudden, Pujols is back to his old self.
Yeah.
I have a difficult time believing that. And maybe I'm wrong. It's fine. I don't trust Major League Baseball after they messed with the baseball in 2019. And they lied about it. And it was proven. Funny enough, Meredith Wills, who's not related to Bo Wills, Meredith Wills proved this. She is literally a rocket scientist. She proved this with aerodynamics, that Major League Baseball screwed with the balls. She had something like 100 baseballs and was cutting them open and was doing all kinds of tests on this.
Wow.
They screwed with the baseballs in 2019.
That's fascinating.
We all know that.
I believe that, yes.
And so I kind of think that they did the same thing this year. But because they got caught, the reason they got caught in 2019 was because the home run numbers were up. So how do you mitigate that? Well, you only give those baseballs to certain teams.
Interesting.
I said the other thing I said was actually I tweeted it on May 9th. You know what's going to be hilarious? When the ball starts flying out again after it's switched out around mid-June, when baseball is the only game in town, meaning, hockey's done, NBA is done.
Yeah.
MLB will attribute it to the weather. Then at the end of the season, they'll tell us ignorance, me, how the numbers are par for the course. But we can see they're not. Mike Trout has, 39 home runs in 117 games?
Yes.
Aaron Judge has 62 home runs. I mean, the dude's got a ton of pop, but he's also, 31 years old?
30 years old. 30, going to be 31 next year in April 25th, I think is his birthday. Yep.
Yeah, you buying him a cake or something?
No, I'm actually.
You're the Phillies fan. Your team is the one recruiting him.
I'm born April 29th, so I know Aaron Judge is right around my birthday.
I'm busting your stones. I remember everybody's birthday too.
I know you are, but yeah, maybe the Phillies get him in the offseason.
But
we'll see.
Don't worry. Nothing is still as coincidental as the Pittsburgh baseball coach having the exact birthday issue.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. Ryan, for FYI, we had a pitching coach. This was during COVID. Who the coach for Pitt, the head baseball coach, Jerry Oaks is his name, actually shared the same exact birthday as
we're the same age, same birthday. We're at the same game playoff game where what's his name again? Was it Doc Gooden pitched the? No, was it?
Oh, it was David Wells' perfect game.
David Wells' perfect game. Yes.
Yeah, I forgot about
David
that.
Wells' perfect game. We were both at, and we were almost in the same area when we were watching the game. It was absolutely ridiculous, and yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, my bad.
No.
I just wanted to tell you that it's just a great
ridiculous.
coincidence.
It's a really ridiculous story. It really is.
So I love that you brought up David Wells because first of all, I love that perfect game specifically because it's actually one of the only. So I have a shit ton of memorabilia. Most of it has been like gifts and stuff. David Wells is one of the only ones that I've actually purchased. I purchased a photo signed by him of his perfect game, specifically because it's come out that he was hammered during it, which I think it's freaking awesome.
He was.
He had. I would say one of the greatest tweets I've ever seen. He posted a photo of him and his wife on his anniversary, right? And his wife is gorgeous. And somebody said something along the lines of, "You're lucky you're rich because she wouldn't even look at you, fat boy." He responded, "Yeah, you ain't shitting."
Well, I love David Wells. I always loved him.
I actually, right. It's funny you brought that up. I actually never knew that until we had Jerry on the show. He mentioned that he was like hung over the night before or whatever.
He's a good dude.
Yeah.
David Wells.
He forgot it was pitching.
Yeah.
David Wells. And by the way, David Wells' wife is Nina Fisher, and that's her name. So, and she is a very beautiful woman. So, but I'm happy for David. You know, maybe he's right, but he had a pretty good career. 239, 157. He almost has 100 more wins. I mean, he's a borderline Hall of Famer if you look at his statistics. I mean,
but he won't get in with the stubborn writers, right, Ryan?
No.
No, you know, it's funny. I'm kind of glad we circled back to this because, you know, we were talking about it earlier, and I do think that the writers pick and choose, and it's unfortunate because I think 74% of baseball writers are awesome. They're unbiased. They are great at what they do, right? But as we know, it only takes 1 in 4 or, you know, a little bit more than 1 in 4, 26% to ruin it for everybody.
Absolutely.
Curt Schilling is not in the Hall of Fame.
I don't understand that either.
Roy Halladay was not as good of a pitcher as Curt Schilling.
Nope.
Schilling didn't have the Cy Young Awards simply because, you know, he pitched in an era with Pedro Martinez, Randy Johnson, right? Roy Halladay's got a pair of them. I think it's kind of ridiculous when you turn around and you're like, hey, this guy has this award, so he belongs in the Hall of Fame. Well, you're the same people who voted for those awards. So why does that make any sense? The other thing is, ironically, the reason why BBWA leaves Schilling off the ballot oftentimes is they cite the character clause. These are the same people who made him one of only 2 players ever to win every single character award.
Wow.
Every single award for charity, sportsmanship, he has won. And it was voted on by these guys and gals. It's ridiculous.
It is. And that's baseball for you. But Ryan, as always, we respect you. We love you. We're going to get you on after the Philadelphia Phillies. Who they play in the wild card?
Not defined yet. It'll either be the Cardinals.
We don't know yet.
Yeah.
I hope they don't play the Cardinals because I think the Cardinals beat them.
I think they wanted to lose tonight, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Because
I hope it's not the Cardinals.
As a Mets
well,
fan,
I don't
really
think they
want
wanted
to
to play
Padres.
I don't think they wanted to play the Mets.
Oh, well, I'd rather see the Cardinals versus the Mets because then if the Mets
Cardinals can't play the Mets. It would be either the Cardinals Padres or Cardinals Phillies.
All right.
So
wait, the Cardinals can still play the Mets, can't they?
No, because the Mets are locked into the first wild card. So the Cardinals would play either the Padres or the Phillies, whichever one is the second wild card, and then the third wild
Didn't
card.
Atlanta lose tonight?
Yeah.
Oh, no, they won.
Atlanta clinched the division. They're locked in on 2. So the Cardinals would play the lower seed of the Phillies and the Padres, and the Mets would play the other one.
Yep. Ryan, you're the best. We'll be getting you on very, very soon because I definitely want to see that video, and I definitely want to talk a little bit of the divisional series if your Philadelphia Phillies make it.
All right, just do me a huge favor.
Absolutely.
Next time, don't make me follow an NFL safety because I can't compete with that.
Don't worry, you'll be our headliner, okay?
If the Phillies win, that's fine. I'll tell you what. If you guys want and you're hurting for guests, I'll even come on and give you my bracket. As you know, I bet on every single baseball game every year.
Really,
all of them, and did quite well with it this year. Much better than last year. Last year I did okay. I still made money, but this year I did really well.
Good.
And so I'm actually gonna have Bo and Alex fill out a
Awesome.
bracket as well. So if you guys want to talk that stuff,
Absolutely, absolutely. We get a lot
Alex
of guests.
has actually been on our show in the past.
Speedy gets
Yeah,
a lot.
I know. I love that. That's
Yeah,
great. He's awesome.
Speedy gets a lot of great guests, and we're always. But you're one of our favorites, and we'll definitely get you on again very soon and hear what you got to say, man. We really appreciate it, bud.
Yeah, thanks for the time, guys. This was a lot of fun. Honestly, like I said last time, whenever I'm talking baseball with you guys, I just want to crack open a beer and shoot the shit. I don't want to.
Just don't take Adderall before you do it.
Well, you could do something else. That doesn't matter to us. Just don't tell Rob Manfred you're doing it.
So, hold on. Last thing I got for you, and then I know you guys got to cut the break. You definitely do an awesome Al Pacino, don't you?
I could probably do an awesome Al Pacino, but
I think you're gonna see a guy.
Everybody says when they hear me and stuff like that, they say you have a very unique voice, and then some people say you have a New York voice, and then sometimes you say you sound very angry.
Nah, you got a voice for radio.
You sound like Joe Pesci. It was like,
yeah, everybody's back and forth with it, but it's great. And I like to entertain people, and we, anybody that comes on the show, and even the crazy people like Kenny, who's going to be on in just a few moments. We like to give people an opportunity to take their platform and show the fans that are listening to us, or even the fans that hate us, the different attitude and a different look and outlook to what sports should be, not what sports is today. And I think sports is just, I'm a big sports guy, and I don't watch as much sports as I used to, because I think sports has become washed up and terrible. And I think it makes me sick to my stomach. It really does. And the people that are running these organizations, the commissioners of their sports, have absolutely been not only, I'm going to say it to be very nice. This is the word, to be nice. They're jerk offs. That's what they are. And they should really look in the mirror and say, you know what do I have to do to make this game better? What do I have to do to make the sport more interesting to watch? Not how am I going to make more money, and how am I going to ruin the sport more? And that is what the game is changed to. And I don't care what anybody says. I played a lot of sports. I was an athlete. I know what it's like to understand the way and the transition of what the game is now and what it was 10, 15, 20, 30 years ago. So I agree with everything that you say. I follow your Twitter. I agree with.
Wait, I hope I follow both of you guys.
You
right?
do. I think.
Yeah,
do.
no, I definitely follow you.
Yes, I think you're.
All right.
I think you're a bright man, and I think there's a reason why 50,000 people follow you. So,
64,241.
I'm sorry. I'm a.
Hey, numbers are my thing. All right.
All right. Well,
next time we get you on, we'll both of us will make a random guess on how many followers you have at that point. We'll see who's closer without looking.
Well, I don't know. I'm probably about to grow here with Elon buying Twitter. We'll see here, because I've been a little bit I believe shadow banned, but we'll that's another discussion for another time. And I don't want to keep Kenny waiting. So
Ryan, you're the awesomest, and we will have you on soon, bud. We really appreciate it.
All right. I promise. Last time, no video. All right.
Absolutely. Ryan Spader, ladies and gentlemen, fan of the show and a friend of the show, and one of the better statisticians in the industry. So very smart guy, and knows his thing and knows his game. So when we come back, yes, Kenny, you've been waiting long enough. Kenny TV and his boy, Joe Booney, joining us here on the Sports Loudmouths.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Hi, this is Terry Crews, actor, former football player, game show host, father of 5, and all-around big dude. I'm also an expert on drama. I know all kinds of drama. There's the good kind that comes with having a house full of kids. There's the bad kind, like season-ending injuries. There's the necessary kind, like having an agent in Hollywood. And there's silly drama, like the drama around my percolating pectorals. And then there's the drama you can skip.
Skip the drama that comes with not having your high school diploma or equivalency. Find free adult education classes near you and finish your high school diploma. Visit finishyourdiploma.org.
Or text diploma to 97779. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. That's diploma to 97779. And leave the drama to actors like me.
Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. This is the Sports Loudmouths.
631-670-3108 is the number to call. Check us out by going to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Download our app on iOS, which is Apple, WWSRN, or Android, Worldwide Sports Radio Network. Shout out to Ryan Bader. Great guest, Speedy. Really was. Safety, Stuart Schweiger. I'm so bad with names. And Ryan Bader, as always, fantastic.
Stuart Schweiger, a good friend of mine.
Great story. And Ryan knows his stuff. If you guys not checked out Ryan, check him out on his Twitter. His posts are fantastic, and he knows his stuff. He really does. And listen, he doesn't kiss anybody's ass. He tells you how it is, and that's what I love about him. And now another guy that I guess doesn't kiss people's ass, but likes to smoke his reefer or wax or whatever the hell he likes to do, and drinks his liquor and has his little fun chasing geese. Our friend and his buddy, Kenny, a.k.a. Ken TV, and Joe Mooney. Kenny, what's going on? Thank you for giving us the time. Sorry we didn't get you on at 9 o'clock, but how are you?
I'm fine. I'm looking up Mr. Ryan right now.
Well, there you go. You better follow Ryan, because Ryan has 64,000 people that follow him. As you heard, his numbers are high, a lot higher than yours. How many people follow you on Twitter, Kenny?
1,000 something.
Really? Speedy, you believe that? We have to check out Ken TV.
And I guess
Is he cheating or something? Are you doing something?
All right, I'll investigate.
No.
I think sometimes, man, maybe you have a lot of of those weed pot smokers following you. Is that true?
Possibly. I got Mr. Ryan. I'm on the case.
There you go. Follow Mr. Ryan Spader. And how are you, Joe? This is the first time we're meeting you. I thank you for waiting. We've been a very busy show tonight. How are you?
It's an honor. It's a pleasure. When Kenny TV told me last week on my show on Joe's Sports Channel that I'd love to have you on this podcast, it would be an honor. I love sports. I love talking sports. And, Kenny TV, he loves those Giants. And I'm always on those Giants because this weekend the Giants are facing the Badgers.
Just so you know, we're not a podcast. We are a live radio show. We air on 103.9 FM here on Long Island, the number one sports radio show here on the island. We do a live show digitally. We make sure that people know it does. We do let people listen to it as a podcast if they miss it.
Thanks for correcting me.
Yes, but I love that you're an Aaron Rodgers fan. I do love that. So that takes away anything that you just said, my friend.
By the way, the lie detector does say Kenny is indeed telling the truth. 1,103 followers.
Oh, there he goes. Kenny's a popular guy on Twitter. I mean, Snug follows him too. Snug loves you, man.
Kenny, you dressed up a little bit with the suit jacket you got there.
Yeah, I dress up occasionally.
Kenny is short with words. He always is. He doesn't really have a lot of things to say, but when he does,
I thought we were going to do shake and bake.
We are going to do the shake and bake. I'm going to have you guys join us for our new segment. It's going to be fun. Are you guys ready for shake and bake?
Sure. Go right ahead, man.
Are you ready, Joe?
Yes, let's go.
All right, here we go. Speedy, hit it.
Shake and bake. Shake and bake. This is the Shake and Bake Sports Minute.
That just happened.
Shake and bake.
All right, this will be our first shake and bake segment. Speedy, are you ready?
Yep.
So let's explain to them how you play shake and bake.
So you're going to describe it a little better. What we're going to do is make this a humorous segment. A lot of funny things that have happened, crazy things that have happened in sports. A lot of it for today will be football, just because there's a lot of craziness, especially with the Tom Brady stuff recently. But yeah, so shake and bake. Are you going to roll with it? You think it's too crazy? Whatever you want to, however you want to analyze it.
There's no Patio that called himself Shake and Bake. That was his name.
So here's what you're going to do, okay? If you agree with it, you're going to if you agree with it, you're going to bake it, and if you disagree with it, you're going to shake it. And if you agree with both agree and disagree with both of any of the topics that we're getting in, you just say shake and bake, okay? So it's very simple. It's very easy. Speedy, you got some music?
Play I have the football music.
All right, play some football music.
But most of these are football anyway.
All right, you ready? Here we go.
All right, so let's start with the Tom Brady one. It is announced that both Tom Brady and Giselle have a divorce lawyers, and we also saw last week that Antonio Brown decided to get out of the fun too, posting a picture on Instagram of him and Giselle after the Super Bowl. Who knows what's going to happen at this point? So, do they get divorced? And then also, is there another NFL player potentially in the sight with these celebrity relationships the way they go?
We know Brad Pitt's having his little fun.
Okay, so you said if you disagree with it.
There you go, Kenny. You could go first, because the honorary segment, because you're on the show.
I think that probably is BS. So I guess I'm gonna disagree. So is that
you're gonna so you're gonna shake it?
Shake it.
You're gonna shake it. You gotta stand up and shake it now. You gotta stand up and shake it.
All right, there you go, Kenny. All right,
I'll shake it.
There you go, Kenny. All right,
I'm gonna shake it as well. I think it's BS. I think Tom Brady and his wife will come back together. I think
really?
Just media things going on. I think it's be okay. I think she's been with him this long, 13 years plus. Give him one more year. Give this guy's the greatest quarterback of all time.
Well, that $360 million contract from Fox Sports doesn't hurt either. I can tell you that. Right.
He still loves the game, right? He still has it.
How about you, Speedy?
I'm kind of with them, but I also think it could force some kind of vendetta with the football in season, where with Tom Brady, or the other way around, where they end up either not seeing each other for a while or get permanently separated. I'm going to still agree with them for the time being, but I do think there will be some other vendetta that happens.
I am going to bake it, baby. Tom Brady is done with Giselle. Tommy boy is going to be. That's why Tom's not playing so well this year. I really do believe it has something to do with his relationship. When the season is over, you're going to hear a lot more. By the way, there's a story that just came out, breaking news, that Tom Brady's wife just reached out to a divorce lawyer. So there is truth to it. I believe that relationship could be very much over. I don't think, and I don't believe she wanted him to go back to football, because of all the different things that she promised her going into the offseason last year. What are you laughing at?
No, I'm laughing at Snook.
There was a promise 5 years ago. He said he wants to play till he's 45. If you love the guy, you stay with the guy.
I guess so, but we'll see. So I got baked. So we'll see what happens. We'll see who's right. Speedy will keep tabs on this. Here we
go. Before I answer the next one, Stuck says, I'm going to date with Giselle on Friday night. We're going to hear cupcakes sampling a Napa. Yeah, you could join the Raiders trading facility, like Stuart was saying.
Oh, God.
All right, we'll do another NFL one. Baker Mayfield booed by Panthers fans. Well, it's Halloween right around the corner, so we've seen Sam Darnold seeing ghosts and Baker Mayfield getting booed. So what's next? So do we see any Halloween memorabilia for either one of those quarterbacks from Panthers fans or from NFL fans?
Go ahead, Kenny. What do you got?
I guess I'm going to shake and bake. I'm not sure.
Oh, so you're not sure. You're going to say shake it. Okay. Joe, what do you got?
I'm going to go shake and bake as well.
Really?
Yeah.
How about you, Speedy?
I think they're going to do it. I'm definitely thinking that's
going to happen. So you're baking it?
I'm baking it. I think that's going to happen. I think you look at the Panthers already. They have a black panther as their logo as it is. They can make a good costume thing out of that. Sam Darnold seeing ghosts if he struggles. If they bench him for Baker Mayfield or vice versa, who knows at this rate? I know the Browns fans will have fun with it too at some point.
Listen, Baker Mayfield loves to go out there running around his college naked. So I would believe that he would dress up like Chucky when he's on the field. So I am absolutely going to bake it. So give me a bake for that one.
All right, we'll do a one baseball one. Garrett Cole, the Red Sox fans mocked him as Kermit. We will see another team try to do that with the Kermit impression, especially with the Astros, Garrett Cole's former team, if they meet up in the LCS.
Kenny.
I would say bake. Definitely.
Oh, so you agree with that, really? So you think the
Yeah,
Astros?
I mean, if one team's mocking you, the other teams will join that. It's obvious. It's comedy. It's part of the playoffs now.
As well as you following geese and chasing geese, right?
Right, but I stopped doing that a while ago.
Yeah, because you want to save your YouTube, your YouTube, channel and make sure that it comes back. And you don't want any of these animal rights people to attack you on social media. Am I right?
Right.
Or you'd be chasing them too. How about you, Joe? What do you got?
I'm gonna go with Kenny too. I think they're gonna mock him. I think it's gonna be shake and bake.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. But I do, you know what? I do think this is the year for the Yankees to go all the way.
I love him already. Joe, I'm a big fan of Joe right away.
There you go. Aaron Rodgers and Yankees.
And I am a Blue Jays fan.
Oh, you're a Blue Jays fan.
And I'm 2 hours away from Rogers Center.
There you go.
I've been to the outside of there. It's actually pretty nice.
I like your studio over there. It's beautiful over there.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
He's got the nice hat collection. The only one that had more.
He does have a great studio, and he is live every Saturday at 10:30.
Well, we might have to sit down and talk. Maybe bring your
Yeah, you're
sports
more
show
than
on
welcome to. So I'm just fighting over a cold, and my voice is not the greatest.
Well, maybe we bring your show to our network. That would be cool.
Yeah, love to have you guys. More than welcome to anytime.
Absolutely. Speedy, what do you got?
I'm going to disagree here. I don't think it happens this time around. I don't think there's too many Astros fans. I don't know if they would necessarily have the vendetta with Cole. And there's just a lot. Whoever the Yankees would play in the next round, I don't know if there's enough of an incentive there. I think Seattle's just going to celebrate the playoff win as it is. The Rays don't have enough fans, and I don't know if the Blue Jays.
I can't stand. I repeat, I can't stand the Astro fans. Okay, so do I believe they're going to do it to Garrett Cole? I could care less. Honestly, I'll shake and bake it because they're all a bunch of idiots. And no matter what happens, the only way they beat the Yankees this year is if they cheat again. So I agree with my friend Joe Booney. There we go.
All right. We'll do one NBA one. All right. So Steve Nash came out last week and said that he doesn't care if Ben Simmons shoots a jump shot or a free throw at all. He's still going to play. He's still going to play as he is. So this is a two-parter. Nets fans will boo him harder than we saw in Philadelphia. Mm-hmm. That's one of them. And two, he will miss at least his first 8 free throws.
I'm going to say shake.
Oh, so you disagree?
Well, I don't really follow basketball today. So.
All right. So he disagrees. Okay. How about you, Joe?
Shake and bake. I'm going to go shake and bake. I do like that. I like that segment. I'm going to go shake and bake. I think he's going to miss a lot of free throws. But I think this year he's going to have an okay year with those Nets. I think he'll do okay this year. We're going to get a lot of boos in Philadelphia when he goes back to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Oh, so he's in between shaking and baking. How about you, Steve?
I agree with him. I'm in between, too. I don't think there's enough Nets to boo him as hard as the backlash that he would have gotten in Philadelphia. He's the most hated athlete in Philadelphia still.
I think he's a disgrace to the National Basketball Association.
Yeah, but still, they will never take anything good about him. I don't think the Nets fans, first of all, there's not enough of them to show up to the games anyway. And then second of all, I don't know if they're as much of a hatred that they can get there, but I do agree with you. I think he'll miss a lot of free throws and a lot of shots to start the season. The few that he does take in games.
I'm absolutely baking it. I think the fans are going to boo him. I think if Steve Nash is going to sell to me that he doesn't care if he hits a jump shot, tell me when they start to lose if that's actually going to work in Brooklyn or wherever the hell he goes. So I'm baking it. They're going to boo him, and he's going to be one of the most hated Nets we've ever heard. And I like him, but I don't like that your coach is going out and really, saying these stupid things. He doesn't care if he hits a foul shot. He doesn't care if he hits a jump shot. It's the most ridiculous statement any coach could say about a player that's making $35 million a year. It's ridiculous.
All right. Last one. I know Errol likes to mock this guy a lot. Bart Scott at the beginning of the season did say that Jameis Winston was going to lead the league in passing yards. Well, he did not play this week. And also Andy Dalton actually played better in that offense than Jameis Winston has all season long. So again, two-parter here. If Jameis Winston does remain the starter, he will finish outside the top 20 in passing yards, or will Andy Dalton take him over for the season? Shake or bake, either one of those.
I'd say bake.
Okay, so you agree. He agrees with it. How about you, Joe?
I'm going to go shake and bake. I'm gonna go shake and bake.
All right, he's in between. How about you, Speedy?
I'm going to say shake and bake as well. I don't think he's going to be benched for the whole year, but I don't see him outside the top 20 in passing yards. It's good as Chris Olave's played. I think it will definitely be outside the top 20 in passing yards. Sean Payton's not there anymore.
I'm gonna be very nice about it. Bart Scott's an idiot. Okay, so anything that comes out of his mouth is idiocy and stupid. So don't sell me on that. But as far as I'm concerned, Jameis Winston, he's only good for one thing: stealing crab legs. That's about it. As far as the game of football and stepping on the field and actually throwing a ball, who played for my Florida State Seminoles, and won a national championship. Well, I'll say one thing: he needs to stop sitting in Ubers and doing the stupid things on and off the field and learn how to throw a football on a field. I'm gonna shake it. Okay, I disagree completely, and he's a moron. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen.
I'd rather pick Kyle Orton over him any day.
Absolutely,
there's a blasphemy.
Absolutely. But you guys are on, and I don't know if you guys have your things on. Who has the? I hear background of our show.
That's your buddy.
That's Speedy. Is that you?
I think so.
What do you hear? I don't hear.
I hear it. Well, shut the music.
I heard a Fox
music.
Sports theme.
That's you, Speedy. Yeah, it's you, and you have your thing on, and I heard it. So there goes my producer being idiot, and he can't hear anything. So there you go. Before I want you guys to stay on because we're going to do our picks for the week, and we're going to announce Derek's picks. Did Derek give you the picks?
What did you think of my painting?
Yes.
Yes. Hold on. I'm going to show everybody the fancy painting. Hold on 1 second. I'm getting it framed. I'm picking up a frame next week. Hold on.
Cool, man.
Yes, the great Kenny artwork is coming onto the air. All right. Well,
I already love your host's energy. I love the energy. You know, he's a Yankees fan, and I got that Yankee in him. I love the energy.
He's a Jets fan, also. Unfortunately,
I'll let while Errol gets that ready. I'll let Kenny answer 2 questions for Snug. There you go. Snug asks, "Do you prefer to drink at bars or at home, Kenny?"
Usually, I like bars.
All right.
Bars are good.
And the other one is, does Kenny prefer Count Chocula or Boo Berry cereal?
I eat.
I love it.
I don't eat cereal usually.
All right, and then his last
I like
one.
Frosted Flakes.
Okay, so
I mean Frosted Mini Wheats.
Frosted Mini Wheats. No, you'll have to settle for that. Last one. What is your preferred beer and preferred liquor?
I would say any whiskey is my preferred liquor, and probably Budweiser.
All right, so here is the fabulous Kenny portrait over here. If you want Kenny, if you want anything that Kenny makes when it comes to painting, you're going to have to email him. And if you want to buy it, this is going to be framed and put into the studios over here, and it will be cherished for life. Kenny, did you sign it? You didn't even sign it, Kenny. What kind of
autographs in the paint? Maybe it's abstract.
Have you not
signed it?
Oh, there he is.
Check
Oh, there it is.
I
got it.
My signatures.
A little sloppy, Kenny. I don't even notice.
I think it works with the paint. I'm with Kenny on this one. Very abstract, very creative.
Who asked you, you little bastard? Anyways, so what we're gonna do? You guys are on. We had Derek on last week. Our boy Derek Mountain, fantastic. He didn't have such a good week. 7-9. Speedy was his best year of his career.
It was my first. It was my best week probably in like 5 years. Like I only got 3 picks wrong.
I'm usually killing everybody, but
you did fine this week. 10-6 is good.
It's all right. Nothing great, but I'm usually rocking. I think my best. I was under. I think I went 14-0 one week or something like that.
I think you went 15-1. Yeah,
I was my best week. But anyways, all right, guys, you guys want to do this? We're going to ask you. So we're going to go through all the games this week, and we want to know your opinion on why you think that game is going to end up, and we want you to give us a final score of the game. You guys ready for this?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, I'm referencing it through Derek's picks.
Okay, here we go.
All right. So what order do we want to go in here?
We'll go Kenny first. Actually, Speedy, you first. Kenny, you second. Joe, you third, and me. We'll do it around in a circle.
All right. So Sunday night or Thursday night football is the Indianapolis Colts at the Denver Broncos. So I'll do my pick and then I'll do Derek's. I'm going to take the Broncos in this game. I think it'll be a sloppy Thursday night game. Jonathan Taylor likely not going to play. He has an ankle injury. He's been held out of practice for quite a while. I think that'll hold them back. And the Broncos secondary, even though the run defense hasn't been great, the Broncos secondary still been holding their own. So I think they do just enough. Offense will still be sloppy, but I'll take them just enough. I'm going to say 20-14. Derek had the Broncos as well. He said 21-20 Denver.
Interesting. Go ahead, Kenny. Who do you got?
I think I'll go with probably the Broncos. Yeah, I'm going to stick with that. That's a good pick. I would say probably 25-23, something like that.
Nice. What a great score.
How about you, Joe?
I'm going to go with the Denver Broncos. I'm going to go with Russell Wilson rebounding after the last week's loss against the Vegas Raiders. And I really believe he's going to have 250 yards on the day with 2 touchdowns. Broncos win 27-20 the final.
I just don't believe in Indianapolis. I don't know what's going on with them. This team, I obviously maybe Eberflus going to Chicago. This defense is not as good as it was last year. You're talking about the linebacker play. They have one of the best linebackers in all of football. He hasn't had a good season. This defense, this front seven hasn't had a good season. And really, they can't stay healthy. And Matt Ryan just looks as old as dirt. He really does. I don't know what's going on with the Indianapolis Colts. I think they're done. I think they're going to be looking for a star quarterback in this year's draft. And maybe they get the number 1 pick the way they're playing. It could benefit them. So, and I'm not surprised if they do get Bryce Young, because every single 15, 20 years, they get the best quarterback available. So why not Bryce Young going to the Indianapolis Colts? I got Denver in this game. I think Russell Wilson will throw 2 touchdowns. I think this Denver offense is ready to explode. Nathaniel Hackett is a moron. We all know he's a moron. But with the talent that he has on the field, I think he'll find a way to win this game against a very crummy Indianapolis Colts team this year, which was lucky to have a win. So give me Denver 24-14.
You mentioned Leonard, too. He's going to be out, too, with a concussion. I forgot about that. So, yeah. All right, London game, my New York Giants. Joe, your Green Bay Packers. Well, I don't have a lot of confidence in the Giants. I'm going to take the Packers here. I'm going to be realistic. The Giants' offensive line has not showed me anything to trust against that pass rush. Yes, it's not as good as last year losing to Darius Smith, but Rashawn Gary just had 6 sacks in a game. That has to say something. I mean, that's insane how much he's grown, and you still got Preston Smith. You still got a lot on that front. The Packers have been up and down stopping the run, but Saquon's kind of been inconsistent too. And I think Aaron Rodgers will be able to carve up the Giants secondary just fine. I'm going to take the Packers in this one. I'm going to say 23-14.
Oh, how about Derek?
Derek had the Packers 27-13.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to take the Packers 27-20.
What? 27-20. I got it. Kenny, you got to speak up here, man. Spit it out like the geese that you chase. Here we go. Right. Joe, what's up, man?
You guys know already my pick, of course, the Green Bay Packers. We're in London. The Packers in London against the Giants. You guys are lucky you're 3-1, first of all. Very, very lucky. Second of all, Aaron Rodgers, 300 yards on the day with 3 touchdowns. Randall Cobb is going to have a heck of a game. He's playing like when he was prime. Packers win 27-10 the final.
When you have Saquon Barkley coming out and saying that he could be the quarterback of this game, they're going to be playing some kind of, what do they call that? What that offense? The
Wildcats.
The Wildcat offense. That kind of scares you. Tyrod Taylor with the concussion protocol. He's probably not going to play. We don't even know if what's his name again? Daniel Jones is playing because of his ankle. So you're sitting here wondering who's the starting quarterback of this team. They have no wide receivers. Oh, there he goes. He's showing
AJ Dillon.
He's got a big game, Mr.
Jersey.
AJ Dillon's got a big game.
Yes. Very nice.
I think the fact that there is nobody that can stop anybody on this Green Bay Packer team. And listen, Aaron Rodgers did not have the best week last week. He really didn't. Okay. And I have him on my fantasy team, and he hasn't looked like the Aaron Rodgers that won back-to-back MVPs. That's fine. He doesn't have wide receivers. He doesn't have Adams there right now. He doesn't have anybody, and they're trying to figure out offensively where they're going. They're just so much better than the New York Giants. And I just think first time at England, first time playing in England, Aaron Rodgers is going to put on a show. 300 yards, 3 touchdowns, and just dominate this game against a Giant team that just has no reason to think that they're going to be in this game. So give me the Green Bay Packers 34-14.
All right. The Pittsburgh Steelers at the Buffalo Bills.
Remember, you got to give us Derek.
I'll do Derek's first. Derek has a blowout 35-13 Buffalo, and I'm thinking kind of the same. I think the Steelers defense definitely does not look the same without TJ Watt. That pass rush, again, they've had their moments against the Jets, but still wasn't overly consistent. And you saw what Zach Wilson did in the fourth quarter. Definitely showed that they could be exposed against the pass, even with the receiving depth a little lacking for Buffalo. I think the secondary just not the same for the Steelers without that kind of thing. So I'm going to take Buffalo in this game. I am going to say 34-17.
I think I could go with that. What Derek said, 35-13. That sounds like a good number. Bills are going to blow this out. It's in Buffalo. Nobody's going to be able to stop the Bills in that game.
Isn't it pretty sad you have to rely on your one of your players like TJ Watt? You don't rely on the whole team. It's a man's game, it's a whole man's team. And you know what? After last week, the Steelers losing against the Jets, those Jets are looking good, and they're going to win this week. They're going to beat those Miami Dolphins, and I'll give you my prediction later on that. But I think after the Buffalo Bills coming back from a 20-3 lead against the most overrated quarterback in the league in Lamar Jackson, I'm picking 35-14 the final, the Bills over the Steelers.
Josh Allen right now is the best quarterback in the NFL. He is. He's shown why he is. And yeah, maybe he didn't have one of those crazy games against Tua and the Miami Dolphins. That's fine. This guy right now is my lead MVP vote getter. The Pittsburgh Steelers, all they did was bitch and moan about the Jets last week, that they're better and that Fitzpatrick thought that the Jets were lucky. How about worrying about your team and what your team did in the fourth quarter that cost you the game?
Yeah, really.
And really,
focus on.
And really, you brought in a rookie quarterback when you pretty much shouldn't have done that in the third quarter, and you put your rookie quarterback right in a bad position to fail. It doesn't make any sense. Their wide receivers are not any good. Claypool, Johnson's good, but Johnson really in the last couple of weeks is, he's disappeared. He's just not the same wide receiver we remember when Ben Roethlisberger was there 2-3 years ago. So I don't know who the Pittsburgh Steelers are, and Harris isn't 100% healthy. That to me is a cry of scare for them. The Buffalo Bills are going to come out strong in this game. They're going to dominate this game. They're not going to be able to put pressure on Josh Allen. Give me Buffalo 27-17.
All right, next game is the LA Chargers at the Cleveland Browns. Derek actually has the upset here. Derek is taking the Browns in this one 30-27.
That's interesting.
Very interesting. As much as I like to mock the Chargers, I disagree. I think the Chargers win, and they win pretty big in this one. Cleveland's secondary has actually been kind of underwhelming this year. When you look at what the Jets did to them, the Panthers, even Atlanta late in the game, last game, the Browns have too much talent to be bad. And Justin Herbert looked healthier, much healthier last week. I mean, granted, they were playing the Texans, but still, he was spreading the ball around nicely. He's really doing a good job getting these other receivers involved, even with Keenan Allen hurt. So I do think that'll make a difference in this game. Cleveland will be able to run, but I don't think he'll be able to do much more. So I'm going to take the Chargers 34-20.
Go ahead, Ken.
All right, I would say
he's just
Chargers 28-20.
Okay,
sounds about right. I'm not going to take the upset in this one. I might save the upset for another game.
All right. Well, there could be a lot of upsets.
I have two of them. Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
A lot of upset. But who do you got, my friend?
I'm going to go with, Justin Herbert and the LA Chargers. I think these Chargers are back to rebuild mode. And after last week's performance, a good W. I think you picked the Chargers in 27-17, the final against the Cleveland Browns. I think the Browns are just, one of those teams are up and down, but they're not that team that will go far into the playoffs, and they will not make the playoffs this year after Deshaun Watson's suspension.
I think Cleveland was embarrassed last week. I really do. And I think going home, I think this could be an advantage to them. Remember, the Chargers have to travel to Cleveland, and that they're not very good at. And that's on the other side of the country. Being that it's in Cleveland, it's supposed to be pretty cold and maybe wet over there in Cleveland. I think it benefits Cleveland. I really do. The running game, I think they're going to be able to run against the Chargers. This could be an upset. I really do. I know a lot of people are picking the Chargers and think that the Chargers are back, but I don't know what the Chargers are yet. Okay, I know what Justin Herbert is, but is he 100% healthy with that rib? I don't know. And wide receivers, Keenan Allen might be back this week. He's not 100%. And really, what this offense is, Are they going to be able to run against that defense? That's the question. Cleveland's front seven is pretty damn good, and I think they're going to be able to stop the run and make them throw, and they're going to make them one-dimensional. Give me Cleveland in this game. I think it'll be very, very close. I think it'll be a field goal game, but all in all, I think Jacoby Brissett will do enough in this game to win this game. Give me Cleveland 21-17.
All right, next game is the Bears and the Vikings.
Good pick.
Bears and the Vikings. It is in, hold on. Yeah, it's in Minnesota.
Thank you, Bob, by the way. Thank you.
Derek, for this game, has the Vikings 31-17 in this one.
Okay.
And yeah, I think we're all agreeing on this. I'm going to take the Vikings. I'm going to take the Vikings in this one. I think it's pretty big. Chicago, yeah, they had that nice win against the 49ers. Beyond that, they haven't shown a heck of a lot of good football. The Vikings defense has been playing much better ever since they struggled against the Eagles in this one. Offensively, I think Dalvin Cook has a big game in this one.
They're explosive.
Yeah,
offensively.
Chicago.
He's got to, by the way, Cousins has got to stop throwing the ball all the time. Everybody knows he's throwing to Jefferson. How many times does Jefferson have to touch the ball for them to win? 14, 15 times every single game. Why don't you use Adam Thielen more? You have a weapon like that, and you don't use him enough. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, and I think Dalvin Cook, like, he hasn't had that. He's been great, but he hasn't had that, like, big performance. I think this is the time he has that kind of thing in this one. So I'm going to take the Vikings in this one. I'm going to also say 34-17.
And Derek?
All right.
I said Derek. Sorry. Yeah, 31-17. Okay.
I'm going to take the Vikings 28 to 18.
18. Nice.
Fun fact, I just heard on the NFL, Kirk Cousins is 3-1 for the first time with Minnesota, and I'm picking the Vikings on this one. I look at these Minnesota Vikings, and you got the best wide receiver in the game in Jefferson. Aaron Rodgers was saying that a few weeks ago when we faced them, when we got blown out. I'm picking the Vikings on this one. I'm picking a 37-17 the final, and I think Kirk Cousins goes for 3 touchdowns, 250 yards on the game, but 1 interception.
Nice.
I really, really, really like Minnesota in this game. I don't know what Chicago is anymore. Justin Fields.
They're a disaster.
They're a disaster. And do they look for a quarterback in next year's draft? Do they give up on Justin Fields? I don't know. I think they need to give him weapons. I don't blame him for all this, but the coach at Eberflus is more of a defensive guy. I just don't know if he knows anything about offense, and I don't think they have enough weapons offensively. They got like 6 tight ends and no wide receivers. They're horrible. They have Montgomery. They haven't used David Montgomery. I think they use him in trade at the trade deadline and try to get something back for him. Minnesota is just too good offensively. I mean, Jefferson, stop throwing the ball to Jefferson. Start using the field. You got a lot of other weapons besides Jefferson. Yes, Jefferson is the best wide receiver in football. I absolutely believe it. And what a trade for Minnesota when they traded Diggs over to the Buffalo. Diggs is still a great player, but Jefferson is fantastic. What a trade by them. I like Minnesota in this game. I think this is a blowout, 37-12.
All right, the Detroit Lions at the New England Patriots. Derek has the Lions.
You've got Jacksonville and Houston, by the way.
No. I've still got that.
Okay.
I'm doing on Derek's list.
Okay.
Derek's got the upset here. The Lions over the Patriots, 28-20. This game will be weird. This game is going to be close. I think you're going to see a lot of field goals both ways in this game. I'm going to take the Patriots, though. Just one, they're at home. 2, I do not trust the Lions' defense. They've been
plus the
awful.
quarterback's coming back. Jones will be back.
Yeah, and I think the Patriots will be able to run the ball in this game to the outside. The Lions have really struggled to stop the run. I think Hunter Henry has a big game as well. He looked good against your Packers, Joe. I know the Packers have better linebackers than the Lions do, and I think they'll be able to take advantage just enough. I do think the Lions, if they get Swift and St. Brown healthy, will keep the game close for a while because the Patriots defense isn't great either. But I'm going to take New England in a close one. I'm going to say 26-23.
I'm going to take the Patriots also. I'm going to say 24-21. I think it's going to be a close, tight game down to the that's just my opinion.
Down to the wire. There's no way Bill Belichick is going to lose. No way. Not in New England, folks. New England's going to bounce back. You got the best coach in the National Football League, future Hall of Famer right there. And I'm going to go with 27-10 the final. The Patriots win. It's going to be a slaughterhouse.
Wow.
I want to agree with Detroit, but they are going to New England, and if the Patriots lose this game, I mean, they're done. Okay. And I think Bill Belichick, I know it's early, but I think they're just going to they'll be in give up mode for the rest of the season. I think they win this game. I think it'll be close. I think Detroit will have a chance to win this game. I just don't trust Detroit's defense. They have a young defense going into the fourth quarter, even though I don't trust the New England Patriots offensively. I like Damian Harrison. I think he runs against them. I think he plays very well. Patriots win this game 17-16. Very close.
That's a very tight score.
Yeah.
Very tight score.
Next game is the Seahawks at the Saints. Derek has the Saints in a tight one in this one, 27-23. I don't think it'll be that tight. I think the Saints win, and I think it's a blowout. The Seahawks defense has been awful really since week one as well, and the big plays. I know, obviously, the quarterback situation is not good with the Saints, but Chris Olave has played very well this year. They have better deep threats than expected. I think Michael Thomas gets back on track as well, and Seattle really can't stop the run either. So I think Alvin Kamara, this is the week he finally breaks out. Yeah, the Saints defense has been underwhelming at times, so I think Geno Smith, who's played well this year for Seattle, keeps it close for a little while, but I don't think it'll last. I'm going to take the Saints 38-21.
I'm going to take the Saints 27-14.
I'm going to pick the Saints 34-17 the final.
I think when you look at the Saints right now and being that they're home, Seattle has to travel over there. You're going from one place to another. I even though I'm not a big Taysom Hill or whoever, Andy Dalton, whoever's playing for
Matty
them.
Capps' boy.
I mean, and Geno Smith had a very good game last week. I don't trust that Seattle is going to have a game like that against this defense. I think this defense is one of the better defenses in the NFL, and I think they do enough offensively. Alvin Kamara finally has a breakout game. I don't know what's going on with Alvin Kamara, but his head's so far up his ass. And by the way, he was my number one pick in that one of my drafts, and he's been absolutely horrible. I started him last week. Gave me 0 points, that dumb dick. Sorry.
One of the most overrated running backs in the league.
He's been horrible this year, but I think he has a good game. The Saints win this game. I think it's a blowout, 32-14.
Joe, you might have to keep testing overrated offensive players. You might end up with someone's fantasy team, whether it's Lamar Jackson and Alvin Kamara.
Those two. I'm not a big fan of both of them.
Yes, you've made that very clear. All right. Errol's New York Jets hosting the Miami Dolphins. Derek has the Dolphins in this one, 24-17. I'm going to take the Jets in this one. I think it's going to be a lower scoring game. I don't think Zach Wilson plays as great as he did last week, but I do think there are some matchups that the Jets could take advantage of. I mentioned the slot area as being a big deal with Miami not having a lot of secondary depth outside of those top two corners and their linebackers not being great either. I think that's where you see that San Francisco offense really take over. Yards after the catch, I think Elijah Moore has another big game. And I think the Dolphins will get theirs in the slot too, but I think Teddy Bridgewater being the quarterback limits the arm strength, limits the deep threat ability of these other wide receivers too. And that's where the Jets have been beaten over the top a lot. So I don't think you see that this time. So I'm going to take the Jets. Close, low scoring game. I'll say 2017.
I'm with Derek. I'm going to take the Dolphins at 27-22.
22. Nice.
I'm going to go with the Jets. I like how they're playing this year after that comeback a couple of weeks ago against the Browns. Unbelievable comeback, 14 points with less than 3 minutes left. The Jets win this one, but it's going to be really close, and I'm going to pick 21-17 the final. This is the year the Jets will build off something really good.
Oh, I agree. I love you for that. I think Zach Wilson's the real deal, and I think
and you have the best head coach. I love him.
I know you like Robert Saleh. He still has to prove to me that he can coach in this league, but Zach Wilson is the real deal. He showed you in the fourth quarter with a bad offensive line that was mishmashed and stapled or whatever, glued together. He made every single throw in the fourth quarter to help them win. I don't think he's going to have to play comeback. I think the Jets will have the lead most of this game. You have Teddy Bridgewater that's going to be starting in this game. I think the Jets know him very, very well. I think they'll be able to put a little bit more pressure against this offensive line. I think is highly overrated. And I think the Jets win this game. I think it'll be close. I think it'll come down to the wire. I think the Jets win 17-14 or 21-17. But I think the Jets will win this game. Zach Wilson will have another big fourth quarter to help them seal the deal for the New York Jets. And the Jets go 3-2 and might, at the end of this week, be in first place in the division.
When you got 5 people making
what are they all if the Jets win this division? I'd love it.
3 picked the Jets.
I would love it.
So would I.
Yes.
2 people down. Somebody's going to be right. We'll see who is.
Thank you, Kenny. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Kenny. Thank you for that.
Very, very colorful.
It was a great sale. By the way, I think I'm going to get a pet goose, and you can come and chase it over my house.
Maybe you should name it Kenny.
Kenny. That's right. I'll name it Kenny the Goose.
A pet goose named Kenny.
Kenny the Goose.
That would be perfect for you. All right,
I
next
like that.
game is the Atlanta Falcons at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Derek has the Buccaneers in this one, 35-20. I mentioned I had two kind of big upsets. This is one of them. I'm taking the Falcons. I've been impressed.
You're nuts. You're
yes,
nuts.
I am.
You are nuts.
I've been impressed with them this season. Ever since they had one bad quarter against the Rams, they had that bad second half collapse against the Saints. Since then, they've actually done very well in like 10 consecutive quarters. They played well against the Browns, exposing a lot of against their strengths too. Tampa has not been the offensive juggernaut because of their offensive line, and Atlanta rushes the passer well on the interior. Grady Jarrett's one of the best in the league. You got Marlon Davidson, very underrated, and that secondary is underrated too. Terrell, Hayward, they got a lot on that talent, and I think their offense has been very creative so far, the way they've used it. And obviously they're not going to score 41 like the Chiefs did, but I think they could definitely do some of those concepts to make that kind of thing work. I'm going to take Atlanta in this one, upset 23-21.
Don't know what this guy's smoking. He's smoking something.
Derek had the Bucks 35-20. No, that's Kenny.
Oh.
Kenny smokes wax.
Yeah, all right. I think that's a good pick. I'm gonna pick the Bucks 35-19.
You're going 1 point off of Derek's score. Nice.
Ladies and gentlemen and boys and girls of all ages, Thomas Edward Brady Jr. is not losing 3 in a row. Okay, Brady's going in with 3 touchdowns, 250 yards on the day, 37-17 the final. I'm sick of people saying Brady's going to lose 3 in a row. You guys are nuts if you're picking.
We froze. There you are. There you go. What did you say? I'm sorry.
Say what?
No, we lost you for a second. You froze for a second. You were talking about Brady's stats.
I said Thomas Edward Brady Jr. is not losing 3 in a row, 250 yards on the day, 3 touchdowns. Whoever's taking Brady to lose, you guys are smoking something or you guys are nuts.
I got Tampa in this game too. Godwin's going to have a breakout game. Godwin is finally getting healthy. I think he has one of those outburst games. I think Brady throws 3 touchdowns. I think he throws over 300 yards. He has his best game of the season. I think he shuts down Atlanta's offense. I'm not impressed with Atlanta. I want to see Kyle Pitts being used. I don't understand why they're not using him enough. It's been absolutely incredible how you have one of the more exciting tight ends in football, and he has done nothing this year. Tampa wins this game. They're the better defensive team. They're the better overall team. I think they're getting healthy at the right time. So Tampa wins 34-14.
All right. The Tennessee Titans at the Washington Commanders. Derek has a 1-point game in this one, 24-23 Washington. I'm going to disagree. I'm going to take the Titans in this one. Derrick Henry looks like he's definitely the Derrick Henry of old. He's played very well the last 2 weeks, and Washington's defense has had a lot of struggle so far. I think the Titans don't have the greatest wide receivers, but they could still stretch the field a little bit against that Washington secondary. And Washington's offensive line has just been a mess. I know Landry's out for the Titans, but I do think those blitz packages will be too much. So I'm going to take Tennessee. It'll be close. I'm going to say 23-17.
Go ahead, Kenny.
Okay, I've worked on something on Discord, but I can work on that later. I would say I'm going to take Washington 24-21.
I think, Washington's been disaster since they changed their name from the Redskins to the football team, now the Commanders. And they're not winning this one, folks. I'm going to pick, let's see, 27-7 the final. The Tennessee Titans win 3 in a row.
I'm not a big Tennessee Titan fan, but I don't like what I see with Washington. I know they're going into Washington. This is a big game for Washington. They need to win this game. Their coach is on the hot seat right now. Carson Wentz, I don't know what's going on with him. His head's so far up his ass. And McLaurin, who's one of my guys on my fantasy team, I expect him to have a better game. I'm back and forth on this. I really am. But I've listened to everybody and their takes, and I am a Derrick Henry fan. So I'm going to take Tennessee in this game. I think it's going to be very, very close. 21-20. Tennessee wins away against the Washington Commanders.
All right. Last of the 1:00 games, the Houston Texans and the Jacksonville Jaguars. Derek has a close game. Jags 27-20. I think it'll be semi-close for a little while, too. I think Houston's been pesky in first halves a lot of the time, too, just falling apart in the second half. I think Jacksonville does start a little slow. They started fast last week and then fell apart. I think it carries over just a little bit. Houston will hang tough, but I think that rushing attack with James Robinson.
Houston's been very impressive.
Yeah, I
They
think the
really
rushing
have.
attack with James Robinson will be too much. That offensive line will take over. Trevor Lawrence had some trouble sensing pressure last week, but I don't think Houston has enough pass rush to be able to make that kind of thing work. I'll take the Jaguars in this one. I'll say 30-17.
All right, yeah, I'll take the Jags. Also, I'm going to say 28-21.
Jags win 23-20. They are a free real team after last week.
I think they're for real. I wonder what they are personally. I think Houston is real too. I think they're good. Yeah, I think they have good weapons. I like Pierce. I think he's a great running back. I think he's so underrated because he plays for the Texans. And I think Mills is a lot better than people think he is. I think David Mills he's a really good quarterback. And I think their defense is very underrated too. They've played very well against really good teams. I think this game is close, and I think Jacksonville might even be losing this game going into the fourth quarter. They have the better quarterback, and that's why I'm going to bet on them, and they're the home team. Another close game. It could come down to the wire, 24-21 Jacksonville.
All right, first of the 4 o'clock games, the San Francisco 49ers at the Carolina Panthers. Derek has the 49ers winning a tight one, 19-17. I'm going to agree with him on the 49ers, but I do think it'll be close too. The Panthers defense has been impressive for the most part. Baker Mayfield really hasn't so far, and that's dragged them down. And the 49ers will be able to stop the run. So I don't know if Christian McCaffrey has the same impact he had against the Saints or against the Giants. But I do think their defense, their passers will be able to keep it in it. San Francisco's had some offensive line injuries, so I think that'll keep it close for a little while. But I am going to take the 49ers to grind it out. I'm going to say 20-14.
I would take the 49ers too. I'm going to say 20-18. It's going to be a tight game.
You never know what kind of Jimmy Garoppolo you're going to get week by week. He is not a consistent
That's true.
whatsoever. But last week, beating the Rams, good for them. Proud of them. Not a 49ers fan, never liked them, but good for them. I'm going to pick a close
I wonder
one.
why.
I wonder why. Yeah. I wonder why. Let's put that to the side. I wonder why. But I think this is going to be a closer game than people expect. 20-17 the final, the 49ers win.
I think this is a blowout. I think San Francisco is a better team. I don't trust Carolina. I don't know what they are personally, and I think Matt Rule has lost his team.
Christian McCaffrey, man.
Yeah, he is. But hey, guess what? Go look at the running offense that has played against San Francisco the last 2 games. Nobody could run against them. And Henderson, who ran the ball very well the week before, and Akers, who everybody expected to be good this year, they couldn't do anything against them this past week. I think I like Christian McCaffrey, but I think I like this front seven. I really like this front seven. Give me San Francisco in this game. I don't think it's going to be close. I say 24-10. I think they blow them out.
All right. Cowboys at the Rams. Derek has Rams, close one, 24-20. And I have the Rams too, and I think it'll be close. I do think it'll be close.
Dak is back.
Dak is back. Sorry, Cooper Rush. No, sorry, Jerry Jones. No quarterback competition. Dak is back, but I do think he'll be a little.
Do you believe that the Beef told me the other day that he thinks Cooper Rush should start over Dak Prescott?
Oh my God!
Do you believe this crap?
Oh, so the guy that can't
That's
stand
unbelievable.
So the guy that can't stand Jerry Jones more than anything is rolling with his
most ridiculous thing,
clownish take of, there's going to be a real quarterback competition of Cooper Rush and Dak Prescott when Dak's healthy.
If any Cowboy fan wants to see Cooper Rush on the field than Dak Prescott, you're an idiot.
Well, okay? I don't like the Rams either, but now they blow out the Cowboys. I hope they blow them out by 30. I don't like the Rams either, but I do think the Rams win this game. I do think it'll be close, though, because the Rams' offensive line has had their issues so far, and Dallas's pass rush, led by Micah Parsons, will definitely make it hard on them. You're looking at an interesting matchup with those wide receivers.
I believe they're the best defense in the NFL right now.
They're definitely up there. They're definitely up there right now. Joe, you were mentioning the 49ers, too, in Tampa. Those are probably the top 3 right now.
Yeah.
But I think just the way that Trayvon Diggs and Cooper Kupp will definitely cancel out, but the way that the other receivers could just make a difference on the rest of the Dallas secondary, I think that'll be Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay's doing just enough to be able to make that kind of thing work. And the defense will do the rest for the Rams. They haven't been bad except against the Bills this year. So I'll take the Rams in a tight one, lower scoring than people expect. I'll say 20-17.
I'm going to say 24-21 Rams all the way. Over the Cowboys.
I love Kenny. He's
As I look at this camera right now, I'm picking the Rams over the Cowboys, but I want to say something. The Cowboys are the most ignorant and disrespectful fans on the face of the NFL franchise. No respect for them
What
whatsoever.
about Philly fans? They're the worst.
No. Cowboy fans are something else. They are all of the of. Rams win 20-17 the final.
I think the Cowboys are going to put a lot of pressure on them. I know it's going to be in LA, and I think LA, that's the only advantage they have in this game. I think Matthew Stafford is hurt. He hasn't played well this year.
I think he's still there.
I think Cooper Kupp is the only weapon they have offensively. Honestly, as far as wide receivers, they're not using Allen Robinson. They need Odell Beckham to come back. And if he does go to the Giants, it's a big loss for the LA Rams. And I have a feeling he is going to the Giants. I do. And I think Landon Collins is going to go back to the Giants too. I've got the Rams in this game. I think it'll be very close. And I think that the Packers. I think the Cowboys are going to have a chance to win this game at one point in this game. They're going to put a lot of pressure on Matthew Stafford. I'll even say this: Matthew Stafford gets knocked out in this game, but they still win. I think they're the better team in their home team. The Rams win this game 27-24.
All right, last of the 4 o'clock games. The Philadelphia Eagles at the Arizona Cardinals. Derek has the Eagles, his Eagles, 31-21. I said there were 2 big upsets. This is number 2. I'm taking Arizona in this one. I actually like this matchup for 2 reasons. One of which is a blitz-happy defense against an outside rushing quarterback. I think it's going to be a little harder on Jalen Hurts. Then the Cardinals secondary has actually been pretty impressive. They did very well against the Rams. They did very well against Devontae Adams. I think they'll be able to take out one of those receivers. And you saw Jacksonville kind of do that in the first half. When they took out A.J. Brown, they made Jalen Hurts uncomfortable. I think Arizona does a lot of that same thing. And their offense has a lot of outside concepts, which has really been the only weakness of that Eagles defense so far this year. Game will obviously be close. I think the Eagles will definitely put up a fight defensively, but the Cardinals have actually been one of the best second half teams this year. So I think they do win a close game in this one. I think they come back and win it. I'm going to say 23-20.
I also am taking the Cardinals. Eagles got to be. They're
You hate
4-0.
You
They
hate
gotta lose at some point. So I think that's going to happen this week, and I'm going to say 28-24. I think it's going to be a close game. Cardinals on top. What about
There's
you?
only
Jim?
one undefeated team in the league right now, and that is the Eagles. And the Eagles, after this week, will be undefeated once again. Eagles win 28-20 the final.
I don't even think this game's going to be close. I think the Eagles are the best all-around team in the NFL. They're what they did against Jacksonville, falling 14-0 and came back in that game and won that game, was very impressive. Jalen Hurts is for real. He's an MVP candidate. I think the weapons that they have are – who's going to stop A.J. Brown on that team? Who's going to stop Smith or any of the guys that they have as far as the running game that they have, the 3-headed monster that they have. And their offensive line is the best in football. It's not even an argument. The Philadelphia Eagles offensive line is the best in football. So I have the Eagles. But
I think that's a biased opinion speaking.
Well,
really? The Eagles look like the team from winning the Super Bowl back when Nick Foles. They do kind of.
I think the Eagles are better than the team that won the Super Bowl. I think this is the best Eagles team we've seen in a very long time since Donovan McNabb and Terrell Owens. That's how good this offense and this defense is. They're by far the best team in the NFC. It's not even close. Give me the Eagles game.
Donovan and Terrell never won anything.
They were in the Super Bowl.
I mean, they went to 6 straight.
And Terrell Owens was playing on a broken leg.
I mean,
So you can't listen to Giants fans because Giants fans are just like the talk out of their gluteus maximus.
Kenny, they went to 6 straight NFC championship games. I don't know if that's not winning anything.
I was pretty dominant. They were a pretty dominant team for like 6-7 years.
Yeah, they keep in mind a high parity NFC.
This is a better team than any of those teams. That's how good this team is. They're stacked, dude. Even their backup players can play on starters on other teams. Okay,
We'll see what happens to them in February.
We will. I'll tell you this: the Giants won't be where they are. I'll tell you that right now.
No, they will not.
They will.
Yeah,
not
but the Eagles might not even be there.
You want to bet on that?
Where are the Eagles going to be?
You want to bet on that, Kenny?
I'm not betting on that.
Dude, when I listened to the Beeve the other day tell me the Cowboys still have a chance, I said, you're on drugs. They're not winning that division. It's not even close. It's not even going to – they're going to win the division by either 3 or 4 games. That's how much better than they are than anybody in that division. They're way better than all those teams. It's not – they might even sweep all the series in their division. Okay.
No, they'll lose one against Dallas. They always do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they also beat the Giants very much.
They
so
dominate
too.
the Giants. The Giants. The last time the Giants won, I think, was 2013. It was like one of the sloppiest games ever when Chip Kelly's first year as coach. It was like 15-10.
And it looks like he had a decent quarterback back then in 2013.
What's going on with the next game, Petey?
All right.
He doesn't want to hear about the Eagles.
Kenny, I'm a Giants fan too. I don't like hearing it either, but they are very
You got to
good.
get the fact. You got to respect the Eagles. You gotta respect
No,
what they do.
they're good. As an analyst, I have to respect it. Yes, of
You know what I
course.
mean?
Very good.
Believe me, it's painful, the memories, but yeah, nevertheless. All right, Sunday Night Football. The Cincinnati Bengals at the Baltimore.
This is going to be the best game of the week.
Ravens.
Best
All right.
game of the week, ladies and gentlemen.
Derek has a high-scoring, close shootout, and he has the Bengals 35, Ravens 32. I don't have it quite that high scoring, but it definitely will be close. I am going to take the Bengals in this one. The Ravens have not been good in the fourth quarter. Both their losses have been crumbling in the fourth quarter so far this year. Last week was particularly bad against the Bills, but even the one before against the Dolphins, that was not good. That secondary, for whatever reason, cannot be trusted late in the game, and they lack edge rushing, and I think that really is going to make a difference. They don't have those guys. If they've either blitz extra or rush forward, it's very hard for them. And against those wide receivers that have given fits in the past, I think it'll be hard. They'll hold in the field goals. That front seven will stop the run, but I'm taking the Bengals. A lot of yards, 26-24.
Yeah, I'll take the Bengals 30-28.
I love it.
30-28. That might
I'm
be the
just
most
taking the Bengals.
That might be the most normal score you've had so far.
You know, folks, when you have the most overrated quarterback in the league in Lamar Jackson, he's a bum, first of all. Guy can hold me wrong. He can't throw the ball. You know, the Bengals they're 0-2. They started 0-2, folks. Now they're 2-2. They're going to go on this rampage, winning 6 in a row. Mr. Joe Burrow's back. Joe Mixon's back. The team's back. I love the coach, love the staff, love the management. This is going to be actually a very close game. The Bengals do take it 35-32 the final. Joe Burrow, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception, 255 yards on the day. Bengals win, and I hope they win big.
I guess I'm the only one taking Baltimore in this game. There's no way Baltimore's losing back-to-back games. John Harbaugh is getting abused after that comeback loss last week. The secondary has looked bad. They have, and they have a lot of talent over there. I think they go into this game. I think they're going to put a lot of pressure on Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. They're going to make Tyler Boyd beat him like they did with the Jets, and that's why they won against the Jets. I just like Baltimore in this game. I think they're going to be able to run the ball against this Cincinnati defense. And Cincinnati, Hendrickson is not 100% healthy. I think Lamar Jackson is going to be able to run and move outside the pocket because they only have really one big pass rush on the edge. So I like Baltimore in this game. I think it'll be close, like you guys were saying. But Baltimore's at home, and I think they have an advantage going home. I think it's going to be cold. It's going to be rainy over the weekend. I think Baltimore's going to have the fans on their side. Give me Baltimore in this game. It will be close, 21-20.
Who's doing the Monday night?
We're about to get to that, Kenny.
Don't worry, Kenny. We're coming to that.
Monday Night Football. Stuart
How do you
Schweiger.
not take a $250 million contract?
I'm sorry?
How do you not take a $250 million contract?
Because a lot of, and I understand why he didn't do it. A lot of it is not guaranteed. A matter of fact, I think half of it is not even guaranteed. And when you look at the player that he is, he won an MVP. Yes, is he overrated for what he's done? Absolutely. But he's taken his team into the playoffs, and you built your offense around this guy. You got to pay this guy. And if you don't, I'm sure there's mighty different teams that are going to be lining up in the offseason trying to get this guy. This guy is a winner. He's won ever since he come into the league. Is he overrated? Yeah, I think everybody overrates everybody in certain ways, but I still think he's a quality quarterback, and he's helped this team win. I like Baltimore in this game. I think you guys are wrong on this. I even though I like Joe Burrow, I love Joe Burrow. Everybody knows I think he's the new Tom Brady. I've said this, and Justin Herbert is the new Peyton Manning. I've been saying this for a very long time. And I think these two guys are the best young quarterbacks. Kenny, could you hold up? What do you got? Your panties up in the bunch? What do you want to go smoke your wax or something?
No.
Relax. Are you going to chase?
I didn't know Kenny smokes wax. That's the first time.
He does. He's a wax smoker.
We'll make you known about that.
Loves his wax, man.
All right, Monday Night Football. The Las Vegas Raiders, Stuart Schweiger's Raiders against the Kansas City Chiefs at Arrowhead.
This is my upset, by the way.
Derek has a 37-27 Chiefs win, and I will agree with him, and I don't even think it's that close. The Raiders defense really hasn't shown a lot. Even against the Broncos offense with Nathaniel Hackett calling plays, they still allowed 23 points and a lot of yards, and the only reason they didn't is Javonte Williams getting hurt too. It definitely hurt that. So they really had no running game. So I don't trust the Raiders defense against that offense that just put up 41 points on Tampa, who was statistically the best defense in the league coming into that week. So I'm going to take the Chiefs pretty big here. I'm going to take it 38-20.
Yeah, I'm going to take it 37-25 Chiefs.
41-25. Patrick Mahomes right now is unstoppable.
25. What is that, a Kenny score?
41-25. They are unstoppable. Kansas City, they're a for real team. And I know you said Josh Allen's the best quarterback right now.
Yeah.
My friend, I like you very much, and I respect the Yankees and Derek Jeter. I got the Derek Jeter patch on the.
I hate Derek Jeter, so.
That's not good.
I hate Derek.
I really believe Patrick Mahomes is a better quarterback than Josh
How
Allen.
do you hate Derek Jeter?
Jesus. How do I hate him? I think he's one of the most overrated players the Yankees have ever had. And I can tell you why after I pick my pick here.
He's a captain.
Oh, my God. He's the captain. I'm going to tell you why. He's an overrated captain. I'm back and forth in this game. I think Las Vegas is going to be able to put up a game in this. I know it's Monday Night Football. I want to see Vegas play. And if they lose this game, they're 1-4. I mean, Josh McDaniels is a complete bust. I think they show up in this game. I do. And I think they surprise a lot of people. And they knock off Kansas City in this game. I do. I think they knock them off. I'm going to take the Las Vegas Raiders winning this game 27-24, and they win this game. It's a close game in Kansas City. This is probably my biggest upset. I think I know a lot of people are going to sit here and tell me blah, blah, blah. I'm going to take them. I'm going to go off the wrap here, and you guys might come to me and say, wow, Errol, you were right, like I was the last couple of weeks. Got Vegas winning this game against Kansas City in Kansas City. Shocking.
Well, we could be going, you're wrong. But maybe
I'm
not
going
be
to tell
wrong
you
about
to
that game.
goose his head up your ass, buddy. All right,
You could be wrong about different game. That's all.
All right. Vegas wins 27-24, close game in Kansas City. Now, that is our picks of the week. Now, I will finish up on why I think Derek Jeter is the most overrated New York Yankee to ever wrap up the cleats and wear pinstripes.
That's very sad to hear.
It is, but it's true. He wasn't even the best shortstop on his team, okay? He wasn't. Alex Rodriguez, first of all, won 8 gold gloves or 7 gold gloves in a row before Derek Jeter actually won. And the only time Derek Jeter won a gold glove was when Alex was moved to third after he came to the Yankees. Nomar Garciaparra won a couple of them in the National League, but Derek Jeter never won an American League gold glove until Alex Rodriguez was there. Now, when you look at what Derek Jeter has done, you can't take away his numbers. 3,000 hits. I think it was close to 2,000 runs, or what was a 1,800 yard runs or something like that. That's great and grand. When he won those World Series, everybody keeps giving him all the compliments. He played with the Warrior, Paul O'Neill. He played with Tino Martinez, was a big hitter. Scott Brosius was a World Series MVP. Okay. And I by the way, I hated Scott Brosius, but he was it wasn't Derek Jeter winning all those MVPs. Oh, no. And yes, he made some great plays. And
he was the 2000 MVP World Series.
Very good. Great. And who did they beat? Oh, I'm sorry. They beat the terrible New York Mets, who shouldn't have even been there. Okay. Yeah. The times that they were where they needed a timely hit. Yeah. Derek Jeter, when he hit that home run, it was really stolen by a Yankee fan in Baltimore against the Baltimore Orioles. They should have lost that series. I'm an honest Yankee fan. I'm going to sit here today. Derek Jeter was a great player. Was he a top 5 shortstop of all time? Not a chance. Okay. Was he the best shortstop to ever play for the Yankees? Yeah, of course he was. There were not many of them. Okay. That position was very light. I mean, everybody's going to say Willie Randolph. Willie Randolph was a good player, but he was an overrated player. I never thought Willie Randolph, he's not even a Hall of Famer. Derek Jeter had the numbers. I feel like when you look at the players that Derek Jeter played with,
he wasn't the best player on his team. He wasn't. And he was so sour that he'd get 100% of the Hall of Fame votes. He wasn't Mo. He wasn't. He wasn't the most dominant player at his position. Okay, so he
didn't
wasn't.
have to be. He didn't have to be the most dominant
No,
player.
he didn't. No, he didn't. I like what Derek Jeter is and what he stands for. And everybody thinks that he wants to. You want to make you sit here and say he's standing for greatness and stuff like that. Again, if you look at the decades he played for, in the 90s, he wasn't the best player in the 90s on the team. In the 2000s, he wasn't the best player in the 2000s. So I'm just speaking the truth. So is he going to go down as one of the best Yankee shortstops ever played? He is the best Yankee shortstop ever played.
He is.
Yeah, no question that he is. But when you compare the great shortstops to ever play, the Cal Ripkins and all those, he's not even in the same hemisphere as those guys. So again, I know there's a lot of Yankee fans, and I see you're a Yankee fan. You're a / Derek Jeter fan, and that's great. I respect you for that. You know, you're a Blue Jays fan, but you're a Derek
I
Jeter
am a
fan.
Blue Jays fan, but I do like the Yankees a lot. Andy Pettit, Rivera.
Yes.
I can go down the list, man.
Yes.
People say, how the hell are you a Jays fan, but you like the Yankees? Just the history they've done. You know, you got Aaron Boone, you had Joe Girardi. I can go down the history with even the head coach.
I love Vlad.
You guys are
By the way,
franchise team.
I'm a big
Great history. It's been great being on the show. I gotta go.
Go smoke your weed. Go smoke your.
Enjoy your wax, Teddy.
But
I gotta hit the can. So
go take a
go strike a
go
can.
take a dump. But Joe, you know, it's so interesting when you talk to somebody that understands the game and sports, and I respect you, no question.
Okay.
I respect all the Yankee fans out there that love him. My friend, I went to his baby's, announcement. He had a party this weekend. I went to New Jersey to spend some time, and he hates the fact that I hate Derek Jeter. I hate Derek Jeter for a lot of different reasons. I met him a couple of times. I think he's an ass. Okay. I don't think he's a very nice guy. Personally, I think he's a douche.
Get him on the show. Get him on the show.
I don't think he'd ever come on the show because he barely even wanted to answer questions. I know a lot of people hate Alex Rodriguez and can't stand Alex Rodriguez, but at least Alex would sit there and actually answer the question and have a sports and interesting conversation when it comes to something that has something to do with the game, not something to say, who are you and why are you asking me these silly questions? Okay.
I think Alex Rodriguez is a more laid back guy than Derek Jeter overall.
100%.
He looks like that guy just wants to sit down and have a coffee with,
Yes,
nice guy, right?
I thought he was very nice, and I don't care how bad of a person he was to try to hurt people because that has nothing to do with me. Okay, I don't know what he did, and I could believe a story and not believe a story. I do know what he did with me, and he had a conversation with me, and I respect him for that. So, and by the way, Alex Rodriguez was by far a better player than Derek Jeter was. It's not even close. So, I think Alex Rodriguez is the top 5 player to ever play this game. So honestly,
I'm in the top 5 too.
Yeah, I think he's right there. The respect is there for me to him. But Derek Jeter, I know Yankee fans love him. Good for them. I'm going to sit here today, and I'm one of those guys, and Speedy will tell you, I respect him as a player. He is a Hall of Famer.
Absolutely.
He is not 100% vote winner. If Babe Ruth didn't get 100%, Mickey Mantle didn't get 100%, Joe DiMaggio didn't get 100%, and all the Yankee greats besides Mo Rivera, because Mo was the best reliever. It wasn't even close.
Best reliever of all time.
Yes, and nobody will ever even come close to him. Nobody. He is the Michael Jordan of his position. Nobody will be compared to him. So that's why he got 100%, and he's a nice guy. Very nice guy.
He's a very, 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 very guy. Just like a laid back guy, respectful guy.
You never met him?
No, I'd love to meet him. No, I never met him.
Met him 3 times. Mo was one of the nicest people I've ever met as an athlete. And I've met a lot of athletes and movie stars and musicians in the business that I'm in, not just radio, but music. He is one of the nicest, genuine people you will ever talk to. His wife, his family, his kids, his mother, everything about him. He's a family man. His smile brightens up the room when he even talks. A special person. And I can see why every Yankee fan loves him when they bring up his name and stuff like that. Even Met fans love him. So, and baseball fans love him.
Yeah.
So I respect Mo. I just Derek Jeter. I just feel like he's just he's a
More of like a Brock Lesnar guy.
cocky. There's a cocky. I guess a Brock. I wouldn't say Brock. I don't think he's a bad guy like that. I think Manny Ramirez is more like Brock. I think he was more like Manny, and Alex Rodriguez. Some people say was a bad guy because of what he did to people, but
I think there was some false in there too, my friend.
yeah, I think so too. I think the stories that you hear was a lot of bull, but I think that my respect for the players that I've spoken about and what I've met, I just think he's a different person. And if you don't know Derek Jeter, you never met him. My friend told me he met Derek Jeter, Mariano Rivera, and he got Derek Jeter signed his ball. I said, so Derek Jeter signed everybody's ball when you went to those autographs. What does that mean? How about trying to sit down and talk to Derek Jeter in a conversation and talk baseball with him? If he doesn't think you're very interesting, or you're not writing for a big magazine or something like that, Derek Jeter don't give a crap about you. He don't give a crap who you are. Fan or no fan, he doesn't want to talk to you. So, and I've seen how disrespectful he is. So that's it. And that's why I don't like him. That doesn't take away that he is the greatest shortstop to ever play for the Yankees, because he is. It's not even an argument. But that doesn't sell me on how great he is, because the Yankees haven't had a lot of great shortstops. Let's be honest.
Who's your shortstop right now?
Right now it would be kind of Flavor. That's it. Yeah, he's and he's all right. He's nothing special. And I think they're hoping that Volpe is the future of that organization. He's the number one prospect they have. I think he's top 7 now, top 6 right now.
Top 7, top 8.
Yeah, I think he's right there, and they really love him. He was minor league player of the year this year. I expect him to be called up next year, and he will be the starting shortstop for the Yankees next year. I do believe that.
Sure. So the future holds up for them. And a lot of people don't like Aaron Boone as the head coach. You couldn't believe Aaron Boone came back.
Which I think it's ridiculous. It just shows you how stupid Yankee fans are. Okay, and I'm a Yankee fan, and I can't stand Yankee fans. I'm honest. I'll tell a Yankee fan right to their face, you know what the hell you're talking about.
I like Aaron Boone. I do.
Yeah, I think anybody has no management experience. He was a broadcaster. Yes, he has the background. His father was a GM, and his brother, they were great business. The guy has never managed in the minor leagues. He came to the Yankees, took over Joe Girardi, who was a saint to all the Yankee fans. By the way, where is he? I say it all the time. And Aaron Boone, and in 5 years he's been there, if he wins 100 games this year, that will be, I think that's 4 100-win seasons in 5 years. I mean, what do you want this guy to do? I mean, and actually it's not 4. It was 3 out of 5
because of the shortened
because
season,
of shortened season. He would have won 100 that year.
But his win percentage was good enough.
Ridiculous.
It was probably on pace for something right in that cusp.
He's a great coach, man. He's a great coach. Great guy too. I have a lot of great things about him. Great guy.
If the Yankees lose, if the Yankees decide to walk away, there'll be 30 other teams.
Oh, the White Sox will go after him in a heartbeat.
There'll be 30 other teams.
We'll take him. We'll take him, Toronto. We'll take him.
They'll line up for him.
That's right. You guys have an interim. That's right.
I think it's a joke. I think it's a joke that if nobody thinks that Aaron Boone is good, or if Aaron Boone's not going to be a quality, GM in this league, not GM, a manager in this league, you're an idiot. And I think Brian Cashman has a knack and an eye for managers, because he made Joe Girardi. Where's Joe Girardi now? He practically every single person he's brought in, he decided to part ways with Mattingly. He didn't want to bring Mattingly in. He was one of the guys that made the decision to part ways with Buck Showalter and bring in Joe Torre. He was one of the guys. He was the assistant GM. He was one of the guys that made that decision. And Buck has never won since then. Buck's never won, period. So, and that's
why people don't think Aaron Boone is a top 5 manager right now.
I think, which Speedy will tell you. I think it's crazy.
I know. I think you don't think he was top 10. I think you guys are nuts. Look where he brought this team to. Where were the Yankees when Joe Girardi was? When they first came, they're at the bottom. Aaron Boone came in and finished it off. Good for Aaron Boone. I like Aaron Boone a lot.
if Aaron Boone wins the World Series, Yankee fans still won't give him credit. They still won't. They still won't.
They got lucky.
They got lucky.
This is what he still did wrong, but it worked.
It's the Yankees. They have the best power hitter, best player in baseball. Let's say, who was the manager when he had that best season? I'm sorry, it was Aaron Boone. So you don't think Aaron Boone had something to do with it? Why do you think Aaron Judge was hugging him and telling him he's like a father figure to him?
Joe, to put it in perspective, we used to have a co-host that would never give him credit for anything.
Nothing.
He hated him right from the start.
Nothing. Zero.
Yeah.
Saying he's.
Hey, I'm a hockey fan. I'm a Leafs fan. If we do something, really
sorry
good,
to hear that.
We'll still say something really bad about it.
You know what? Speedy will get your information. Speedy, why don't you put your information, your phone number in the comment section over here so he can see it. We would love to get you back on. I think you're very knowledgeable. You're a good guy. I think you have. I would love to check out your podcast and.
Yeah, we do it every Saturday. I'm actually consider myself a sports broadcast. Interviewed some really, really top players and coaches in basketball. Jack Armstrong, Joe Boland. Interviewed some great people. I'm 22 years old. I want to go to school for broadcasting.
Oh, you're good, man.
You live in Canada?
I do. I live in London, Ontario. I want to become an ESPN reporter. That's my goal and dream.
You can't tell his voice because the accent.
He could have moved here. I don't know.
I could tell. But
it's a blessing to meet wonderful and unbelievable guys like you. And I have a lot of respect for you guys. And you guys keep going because you know what? One day you'll reach that mountain and you guys will be on ESPN. You guys be where you want to be.
We're working on it right now.
All right, hold on. Breaking. Kenny just came back. Kenny, welcome back.
Yeah, Joe is a great sports guy. His guys know all about sports. They're great people. They're big hockey fans. They know all about that hockey stuff.
Speedy, put your number in the corner.
Of the sports,
so he can text you, and we'll be in touch, and we'll get him on more often. And we like guys that are looking and up and coming. I can help you, man. We're actually working on doing a lot of big things, and I've been in the industry for 9 years. I've been pitching. I've gotten a lot of people opportunities in the industry that have made it. Now I'm finally, after a long time, putting myself out there. I believe that people say, what do you want to do in this industry? I want to be the best radio show host in the country. And I'm a lot older than you, man. I'm 18. You're 22. I'm 18 years older than you, believe it or not. So I've been working, over the years. I was a big athlete, and I've learned that I know this industry from top to bottom. I've worked really, really hard, and whatever questions, whatever you need, I would love to help you. I would love
It's the
to
best
help
job in the world. It's the best job in the world.
Oh, 100%. And
I started broadcasting at 12 years old.
That's great. That's great. And you have a good knack for it, and you have a good personality, and you got to keep doing, and you got to push because you can't quit. And a lot of people quit, and it's harder to get into this industry now than it is to be a professional athlete. It's very hard. It's competitive because everybody wants to do it. And, and I honestly, I don't want to be like anybody else. I want to be the transition. I want to be the different guy that's going to change the industry. Yeah. That's why when I've talked to agents and stuff like that, what are you trying to do in this industry? I want to change the business. I want to be the guy that's going to transition the business into the new age of radio. Cause podcasts and everything, there's very few networks out there. And when those big ones, they're willing to pay. And it's not even about the money to me. It's about the understanding of what I want to be in the industry and how I want to transition to the industry, not because I want to be the face of the industry, because I want to be the voice that's going to help other people get their foot in the door in the industry. And that's it. I'm not afraid of anybody and competing against anybody for what I want, what I believe in. So
believe in yourself and anything will happen, my friend.
And I agree with you there, Joe. And keep up the good work. Speedy, did you put your number in there?
I did. Joe just
that's the cell number, right?
It's in the chat, Joe.
Yeah.
The private chat.
Text Speedy. We'll be in touch, and we'll use you for some segments, and we would love to hear your stuff, and maybe we'll talk about bringing your stuff onto our network. Why not?
That'd be an honor. That'd be an honor. And you guys can come every Saturday. We do picks, NFL picks, hockey. We do baseball. We do wrestling, WWE, big wrestling fans. Interviews, motivational speaking, anything like that. You guys are more welcome. My show is your show, and we're all family as one in one unit.
Thank you, Joe.
I wish you guys covered underground sports.
What's underground sports?
Surfing, skateboarding.
Al used to surf.
I surfed. You know that?
No.
I was a pretty
Oh, I
good
didn't know
surfer.
that.
I was a pretty good surfer.
There you go, Kenny. You learned something new.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. You guys are beautiful people.
Maybe you
Good
should do
night.
a painting of
Good
Errol
night,
surfing.
man. Good
Good
night,
night, Joe. Kenny, that'll be your next painting. You could do one of Errol surfing.
I don't do paintings like that.
Oh, you don't.
But
Yo,
thanks for having Joe on. So now you got
for
somebody
inviting.
that's starting in the industry.
I like Joe. Joe's a good guy. He really
Joe's
is.
a great sports guy. His show's fun.
Are you fun?
I try and be.
Yeah. Did you take that dump?
Yes.
Was it big, small?
I'd say it was sizable. It's pretty good.
Sizable? Was it wet or, hard?
All right. By the way, since you're now back, Snug had two more questions for you.
I'll answer Snug's questions, then I gotta go clean the sink.
all right.
in the
Clean
bathroom.
the sink? What, did you shit in the sink?
What
Did you shit in
flavor?
my leg?
No.
What flavor of Doritos is underrated to you?
I'm not really a big Doritos fan.
Okay, so nice try, Snug. And then the last one: would you ever consider going with the Gardner Minshew mustache?
What's that?
Gardner Minshew was the quarterback drafted by the Jaguars.
Gotta cut the beard off.
Yeah, and then he's now on the Eagles. He's their backup.
Gotta
on the
twist
Eagles,
the mustache.
Probably not. I might cut the sides of the beard off. Cut it down to a goatee.
Oh, look at that, Kenny. Look at that. He's up and coming, man. Up and coming.
All right, and then the last one: talk about your art inspiration and process.
I get inspired by things like Roxy Music and other bands that experiment a lot.
Interesting. You got that, Snug? Roxy Music, the inspiration of all.
Before we let you go, your favorite sexy woman that you would love to be with?
You mean out there in the world or online?
Anywhere, any person. You pick one.
I would say Miss Red. She also calls herself Skip Pages from Twitter.
Skip Pages. Wow, look at you, man. We got to check her out. Is she sexy?
I'd say so.
Yeah. Does she smoke?
I don't know. She had a horrible scooter accident recently. She's now recovering.
Oh, okay. So maybe you should write her a letter or send her a Twitter feed and say that I'm in love with you and I'm going to come and take care of you.
I don't know if I'm going to do that, but she knows I have feelings for her. I've told her this.
You have a what? Feelings for her?
Yeah, I told her this.
Well, did she like it?
Yeah, and I said if you're ever in New York, maybe we could go out sometime.
How about you just go and take a ride to where she lives? Where she live?
In Florida, but she doesn't tell anybody where she lives.
They'll tell her that you've got you got a friend that you want to introduce her to. What do you say?
Well, we'll see what happens.
All right,
I have
man.
other women that I'm pursuing.
All right. Well, if she's the one that you want, you go after the one you want.
That's right.
There you go. Go after.
All right, guys. Thanks for letting me be on the
Thank you, my
show.
friend. Thank you for coming on. We love you.
All right, man.
You're the best. Kenny TV.
Ken TV.
The one and only.
All right, guys.
Greatest of all time. Ken TV.
Greatest goose chaser to ever live.
Unbelievable. Well, that's it for the show, ladies and gentlemen. It was a great show. It really was fun. Great guests. It was all guests tonight. And this will be the only show this week. That's why we're doing it Tuesday.
We essentially did the equivalent of two 2-hour shows.
Yeah, it's really, we did a long show because we are not going to be here Wednesday and Thursday. I'm going to my friend's wedding. I will be in Virginia. So we'll be back Wednesday and Thursday next week, normal times. We'll get into the baseball playoffs as the wild card games will be underway, almost over, actually.
Yep.
So, and we'll be ready to talk about the divisional games and what's going to happen.
Hopefully the Mets aren't eliminated by then.
Yes. You have hockey starting next week. So if you're a hockey fan, you should be excited for that. And then you have football week 5. It will be in the books. We'll be going into week 6. It's crazy. It's breezing right through. And are the Jets going to be 3-2 and ahead of the division? Could be. I mean, if Buffalo loses this week, the Jets can move right into first place, and that would be a very unique time.
Yeah, that is
for
true,
the
because the Jets would have the division tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is weird.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
So could be crazy stuff we're talking about next week for the New York Jets, which it's really crazy.
Well,
it really is.
hopefully your postseason theory of the Jets of the teams that struggle against the Jets, it tends to motivate them. Hopefully that works for the Steelers.
It does. It does, but I don't know where the Jets are going to be this year. I don't think they're making the playoffs this year. This is not the year they made the. I said it was next year.
Yeah.
And I will continue saying it. The change and the transition of the division will be next year for the Jets. Zach Wilson's got to prove himself, build chemistry with these players, and then next year will be the year where we see the Jets take it to the next level, where we see Zach Wilson really, and the Jet fans believe in this kid, and this kid's going to take it to the next level, something that we've been waiting for the Jets organization. I think the Jets are in good hands. I still want to see Zach Wilson scope the field and see the field a little bit better, but once he figures that out, and I think it's all in time. He's still a young quarterback. When he figures that out, he has all the ability in the world to be great. So, and I think he could be Patrick Mahomes-like and Deshaun Watson-like. He can be that type of player. He just has got to go out there and do the things that he is good at and don't overdo himself or put himself in harm's way where he makes mistakes. So we'll see what happens. I'm very excited to see what happens this week. Against Miami. I will be driving home from Virginia, watching it in my car on the way home on my phone, seeing what the Jets are going to put up. I can't wait. I'm looking forward to it. I really am looking forward to it. So, yeah, Speedy. I guess another show in the books.
Another almost 4-hour show in the books. Yeah, but it was awesome indeed. A lot of great guests.
Yeah.
Kenny's craziness, and shout out to Joe as well. He was fantastic as well.
Joe was really good,
Yeah.
and keep in touch with him. I'd love to get him on and talk to him. Maybe bringing a show on the network. That's a pretty interesting guy. He's got good personality, pizzazz. He's 22 years old. Looks older than that. He does. He looks older than that. I thought he was older than that, in his 30s at least. But kid that wants to succeed, and I think those are the type of kids that you want to bring on and let them work with us. So definitely bring that up to him when you talk to him. I would definitely love to bring his show on the network on Saturdays. I really would. We need a Saturday show. Why not? Right? Thank you to Stuart Schweiger, who joined us. Fantastic stories about Al Davis and Tony Gonzalez. I mean, the guy is awesome.
Charles Rogers a lot.
Fantastic. He's a really good guy, and I want to get him on very soon again. And he loved coming on with us. And I respect all the guys that give us the time and want to stay on with us and have a good time. So very much a big fan of him now. And Ryan Spader, as always, he loves coming on with us, and he's a fan of the show and loves the show, and very open to his beliefs as much as I am, and I think we have a lot in common with that. So,
yes, you do.
Ryan, thank you. Joe, as always, thank you. By the way, go check out Ryan's two guys, Alex Fuse at Alex ALEX Fuse FEUZ, and Bo Wills at B Wills WILLS 222. So. Thank you to Mr. Kenny Rayner for being the pain in the ass, smoke, taking a dump type of guy, as we know him. Thank you very much. Snug, thank you for being the pain in the ass you always are. All the fans that listen to our show every single week, we really appreciate you guys. We love you guys, and we're happy to entertain you guys as always. And I hope you guys enjoy all the time that we put on, as far as the content is concerned, for all you guys to be amused and entertained for the hours that we're on. Speedy, you have anything to say before we go?
Yeah, I was going to say, worried about the Mets for sure, but again, hopefully they could turn things around. And also a shout out to everyone's still in Florida too, trying to recover from that. Stay safe as well. I have some family down there, and hoping all the best. And I think there's one that just happened on the West Coast as well too. So hoping they stay safe over there from one of the storms over there as well.
Thank you. to all the fans. We'll be back next week, Wednesday, full week of sports. Good night.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.